capitalism. All of the gains in automation, it goes to the owner class. All you have to do is have everyone be an owner, and now suddenly any gain in automation is a gain for everybody. If you grow just one thing, it may not grow as well as if it grows with another thing. A good example of that is called the Three Sisters method of farming.
There is definitely multi apartment buildings or multifamilies that do passive design.
$100 million that they gave to Joe Rogan that they would kind of be out if they breach contract. Is that a bigger number? Or is 2 billion a bigger number?
I don't know, Zach.
It's a tough one. I
It's
know.
really hard.
And maybe comparing numbers is not Jeremy's strong suit. Gotta go kill a Jenny.
I still don't think you should kill her. I don't think it's a good idea.
It's a ghost, dude.
Howdy ho.
Hello.
Hello, hello. Welcome everyone to Head Theory. I think this is our 4th episode,
Yep.
maybe?
Yep.
Hell yeah.
We're foreign and we do what we want.
All right. I hear that. So, yeah. We should just like reiterate what we were saying before. Is like the connection thing. Like that's everything. Like that's why we're here. That's why, Twitch and all of these platforms exist. It's like, can I just say that like the idea that somebody wanting to be connected is, considered needy. And I was talking before about like, and I was thinking about like the misuse of, basic, words. Like you're calling somebody needy for wanting a friend. You're calling somebody weak or sensitive for having empathy. You know what I mean? So like what's up with the interpersonal garbage that we have to deal with in real life? What's up with that?
I often find that people who make ad hominem attacks like that, they're going there because they're airing their own fucking insecurities. They're trying to project that shit onto others when really they're probably feeling super fucking insecure about reaching out and actually meeting other people themselves. Maybe they're intimidated by the fact that you're more social like that and that you can talk to people in a public forum like that and actually make friends and form real bonds. But they can keep that fucking haterade to themselves.
Damn
That's
right.
a problem. Not a you problem, not a me problem, not a we problem. And if they want to help with that, then maybe we can show them the way of, like, hey, it's okay to actually reach out and make friends on the internet,
Actually, I have a funny childhood story about that. So, as a child, I was like passed around between my mom, my grandma, and my grandpa. Each of them worked a different shift. And my mom was usually home during my playtime shift. And so, living in the neighborhood I lived in, it was really like isolated from the rest of the community. So I would literally go door to door and knock and ask if people had kids for me to play with. And then they would call my mom and be like, Angie, you need to come to your daughter. Like, she's out looking for friends again. And I don't know how many times we have to tell her there's no kids here.
Oh wow.
Aw.
The internet was made for you, doll.
Right?
Damn.
It's here to help. But like, it's such a funny thing though now, because like I feel like as an adult, because of all these like negative things that we've been fed, it's harder to make friends. And I think that's where people get scared.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That whole, question of why is it hard to make friends after a certain age? I don't know, like I probably have the theory that if you were the weird kid in high school, the loner, the one who got picked on or whatever it was that set you, like to have a few friends during those ages, you probably as an adult, if they're not work friends, if they're not friends of your family, friends of your partner, you're out of luck unless you get on the internet, or because you can't just, I mean, like you said, like walk into door to door or whatever. But even as an adult, you can't like even strike up a conversation with people or just really like be like, yes, stay in contact. Most people are like, no, I've got all the friends I need.
Hmm.
So that's how it actually is. Yeah, I was thinking about something. Y'all know about attachment theory?
A little bit.
So okay, so this is just off the cuff, but I just should look it up real quick. But attachment theory is the idea that based on how you grew up, everybody has a different attachment style. So, some people might be, I'm just gonna just pull up here, like so the four are secure, anxious, avoidant, dismissive, and avoidant, fearful. So the secure attachment would probably be the one where if you did have like, the good family bonds and stuff like that, and you can move around normally with people, trust easily, attune to other people's emotions. You can communicate your upsets directly, and you'll have flexible, relationships and stuff like that. So the other three, basically the ones that people are experiencing, and I kept sort of posting about this on Facebook, is that there's people fearing intimacy, there's people fearing autonomy, and there's people fearing let's see. This one says like separations. So it's basically like you're not sure where you stand with other people. I think so many people probably, I mean, that applies to some people, do you think?
For
Hmm.
sure. Yeah,
So,
I can see that.
but it's probably like way more prevalent than we know of.
Right. Especially that might not necessarily be something that somebody would seek out like a therapist or something for, where it would even be documented statistically.
Yeah.
You know,
Hmm.
they would just be like, "Well, I'm awkward," you know,
Yeah.
um,
Right.
and I don't know. I've always kind of rode between those two things of social butterfly and socially fucking awkward. And it's just like, I guess it just depends on what day it is and what the mood is.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I was like the weird kid. I was definitely, like I mean, I did like butterfly around too, and just like it was okay for me to like it was easy enough for me to say hi to people or whatnot, but I didn't, I was always thinking I was going to get rejected, and a lot of times I did, and so I've been a loner. So yeah, I'm definitely the anxious type. Um and so yeah, I don't know. That's just something I'm interested in.
Hmm. That's
Right?
cool.
Greater
I,
understanding of self and others. Yeah.
Say that part again.
Greater understanding of self and others. There, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
because how much better of human beings can we be if we're aware of those around us, and like someone might have a greater need to form those connections. I mean, shit, I clearly had that problem. Like wanting to make connections, wanting to be liked, but then also like hit a threshold of like, fuck you, I don't care. Like being a weirdo in high school, and like if I can't fit a family of five inside of my pants along with me, I'm not wearing them. Rainbow
What?
haired, weird ass. You
Okay.
know, like the Jinko jeans,
Oh shit.
Oh yeah.
right?
You took me back with the big
Yeah.
ball
Family of five.
and
That's
the
how they
crazy
probably should
chains and
live.
stuff. Oh
Yeah.
god.
And the studded bracelets, and like my mom's like, it's your fashion's coming back. Like, yeah,
It
it is,
is
mom.
like what's the generation, I forget X, Y, and everything, but like I know I was a latchkey kid, so I feel like a lot of people in my generation are looking around like, yeah, I remember that before. Like it's basic stuff that'll always be there.
Mhm.
So But yeah, I am afraid of a lot of stuff. I'm very afraid. I'm afraid of doing a podcast and being seen by people I don't know. I'm afraid of looking silly. I'm afraid of getting, you know, made fun of and stuff like that. And even if it's stuff that like is not likely to happen, I'm still afraid of it because it happened. And, I sort of like am marking myself as, this weird person who can't relate to anybody because I kind of can't, but sometimes I can. So you know, it's really difficult. Um, yeah. I don't know what we're supposed to be talking about. What's just going on?
Like, I think there's a lot of like truth in that, right? Like things are scary. Like I'm clearly afraid of the fucking computer and Twitch because I have no goddamn clue what I'm doing. But
Really? No, wait. You
Zach
said
comes in
clearly
here to
afraid. So I don't.
hold my hand.
I
And
don't
like,
see that
okay.
you're afraid. I don't see your fear.
Zach set it all up for me today, so there was no freaking out. But usually, like when Trisha and I are on, I'm over here cussing and swearing. I
Oh
don't
shit.
fucking know the buttons. I don't know what's going on. Like, this is too many expectations of me.
Like no one would ever know that. And then from the outside, like just as a random observer, when you said that, I was sort of like, well, what do you mean? You do this every twice a week or something? So, and that's like another point that I tend to look at is how I'm feeling inside, or how people in general might feel inside versus how they might portray themselves, and what fears and what things are we hiding, or what are we trying to, how many different signals are we sending out to the world. I know with myself, and I probably refer to myself just because I just, you know want to be open, I want to be more transparent, is that outwardly I am so afraid of, failing or letting somebody down or all these sort of things. And if I were to list all of those things, I'm almost sure that you guys would be like, I don't see that. Like, I don't, that
Mhm.
you're fine. Like, what are you talking about? You know what I mean? So it
Mhm.
seems like that's a thing to deal with, like with making friends, is reconciling the inside versus the outside.
Right? Because even those of us who appear the most confident on the outside, sometimes we have that internal storm going on of like, how is this being received or perceived? Shit, you know,
Mhm.
you
Yeah.
never know what's going on in somebody else's head unless they tell you and let you in.
Yeah.
Right.
But that probably, my biggest hankering is always talking about like the snap judgment of, that people have. Like I'm always talking about how people are in their fifis and they just sort of assume things. So, you could be saying, hey, I need connection in 100 different ways, and you know you might not be heard. I mean, how do we make friends? I mean, how do we connect? How do we better ourselves? Because all this intentional community and like the bigger picture of bettering the world, bettering the country, healing ourselves, finding our connection. Like, okay, so let's say we get to the intentional community. Let's say we, you find your tribe, or you make it to the party. Your therapist has been like working with you to get you to be able to, you can go to a coffee shop, for example, and then now you can go to a party. Like, well, what do you do at the party? And what happens if people reject you? Or what happened, or what do you do? Do you change yourself? Do you change your environment? Do you change, like, what can you do to actually like fit in if you're a weirdo, other than unite with other weirdos?
Mhm.
you know? Um
Well, I mean, that's what I've always done is found my fellow weirdos and
Mhm.
connected with them, you know?
mhm.
Um, I don't know. Being a strange one myself, I like being able to connect with people who I can talk to about politics or philosophy or fucking aliens. I don't care. There's a
Mhm.
million things that are intriguing to, actually be able to connect with people about. And yes, Natalie, fellow weirdos unite. She's one of my weirdos. That's my little sister from another
Yay!
mother.
Nice.
Love you.
Awesome.
I'm glad you're here.
Weirdos.
That's great. I'm here for that. Yeah, I'm riding for Revenge of the Nerds for real. Because I mean, I'm just like, I mean, it's like all the things that got rejected. Maybe I'm probably speaking so much about myself because of having been a loner for such a long time or whatever. But all the stuff that got rejected, like up until quite recently, frankly, are things that people will say that, oh, I love that. Like, Zen, when you tell me you want me to call you or just go yak, yak, yak or sing or something, like, I still don't believe you. Like, not because you're a horrible liar or something, but it's not, I
It's
don't
your
know
own
when it's
internal
going to
conflict.
register. Say what?
It's your own internal conflict going on there of not being sure whether somebody's being genuine with you. But I mean, if I wasn't, I wouldn't still be smiling every time that you send me a recording of you singing, and it makes my fucking day. You know?
Right?
Like,
Yeah. Let's see. It was something else I was thinking too. The weirdos and the Facebook connection and stuff, and kicking off, huge major revolution in the world, and trying to get people's minds, tuned into the like message of like how you could just be comfortable or happy or safe or healed or something like that. Like that just seems to be all of what I'm into lately. Like I'm just sort of like I'm gorging on anything I can get my hands on that's like the theory side of it with like politics. I don't think my head can like absorb any of it at this time, but I just sort of just need the connection. Like I need to know that there are other people who value empathy. And I don't know. I don't know if there's like other people out there who are like loners like that, like I've been, or who are, visibly awkward. Or I think, I don't know. There's like 12 things I want to say all at once, and yeah, I'm just all over the place. But
It's okay, they'll come.
right?
I feel like you would get along with Zach really well, and that like Zach is actually a very shy, quiet individual, especially if you put him in a room of people he doesn't know. And I always think like I'm too loud, I'm too go-getter, I'm too connection maker for him. And he's like, no, that's why I like you, is because you can make the connections and then help me make the connection too.
that's
No,
nice.
He's like, I'm just not good at laying the groundwork. But then he reels me in too, where it'll be like, maybe we need to stop talking at that person now. We'll come over here. Like, okay.
That's fair. Yeah.
I need it. Sometimes it's just like, I just want to connect to you, even if you don't want to connect to me. I just want to be friends.
Do you feel like sometimes, like when you're the go-getter, like outgoing person, do you feel like you're like doing too much or that you're overwhelming other people? Or
All
do
the
you
time.
So here's another question. Like, let's say in a given week, like just feeling like you're overwhelming people. Is it just like one sense of overwhelming people, or are there individual senses of when I interacted with person A, it was a little bit too much. When I interacted with person B, it was too much.
I
I know I
feel
got the
like
major test questions going on.
I feel like it kind of swings both ways.
Yeah.
And like I've been trying to work on like stepping back and trying to read them a little bit, or let them put out what they're feeling. But most of the time, if I throw something out there, they're like, oh really, I love this too, and then it just like spirals.
Cool. So it's like, yeah, so somewhere inside, like yeah, like you said, you're reading the situation a little bit more. So you're able to get a sense of like, whether or not the connection is actually being made. Cause that's another thing with the topic of communication. There's such a thing as like transmitting a message. Like if you were, in your lighthouse somewhere,
Mm-hmm.
like in your little on a radio, and like, is there anybody out there type of thing? and whether or not somebody actually, hears you. And we use the word like, oh, I hear you, to let you know that, oh, okay, that landed. Like
Right.
what you said, it hit me. And we use words like that to really just sort of portray that not only were words spoken and feelings felt on your end, but that they had a place in me to like be received. And I think I mean, again, my observation just comes from just the way I'm seeing things, but a lot of society seems to be just sort of everybody's kind of, you know, talking or just waiting for their turn to talk or just wanting to say what they have to say or venting just to venting's cool, but like there's no there it doesn't seem to ever get to with all these different like transmissions, it doesn't seem to ever get to like there is mutual understanding, a lot of times, especially if it's something deep or profound or scary or uncomfortable to talk about. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
Yeah. And that's the
And
thing.
it's like,
It's not necessarily going to land that way with everybody, but it's going to land that way with the people who are also vibing in that same manner. You know, a lot of people find me to be a little fucking extra. You know, I'm kind of brazen in the way that I speak. I don't pull any fucking punches, and so a lot of people find me overwhelming. Sucks for them, sucks, but I find the people that I vibe the most with are others who are fucking extra, who we thrive in that of being able to really be able to connect and talk about things in ways that other people might just not be comfortable with putting themselves out there like that.
Mhm.
But it's another point of where I just have to remind myself, like, this isn't necessarily going to connect with everybody, but it's going to connect with a few people who are also looking for that right there, who are
Mhm.
like, oh my god, my people, like, when it comes to that very straightforward and outspoken personality type, we tend to migrate towards each other.
Yeah, yeah. That's what I was telling Amanda, like, because in the group you were like saying, "Hey, does anybody want to, hop on, this podcast?" I was like, "Wow, that sounds like fun, but terrifying at the same time, And but yeah, I think with a loud or outspoken person, there's a little bit for in my opinion, there's a little bit of the childhood background and how you grew up that contributes to how you see that outspokenness. Because remember, we could use whatever adjective, whatever words to describe something, and that will color it as we like this thing or we don't like this thing. Like, loud, outspoken, bold, badass, boss bitch, that type of
Hmm.
stuff is like, that's good language to say that, yeah, what that
Mhm.
outspokenness is good. But loud and, noisy, out of control, who does she think she is type of language. So did you get a lot of Zen like encouragement to be as you are? Like,
From family and friends, yeah, but I've gotten pushback from other people who were just like, whoa, and didn't know how to fucking handle, somebody who is as outspoken as I am. And again, I let that be their problem, not mine, because I'm not gonna fucking water myself down to make myself more palatable for people who are clearly not my people. If somebody doesn't like who I am, they ain't gotta fucking be around me. You know,
Hmm.
yeah.
the I find that the people who love the shit out of me appreciate my brazenness, appreciate how boisterous, how boss bitch and badass I am. And they love those things about me. So why would I ever change those for somebody who's just like, hey, you're too much for me? You know?
This is new for me. Like that's partly why I'm like everything I'm saying is keeps coming back to the same thing about like this is so new for me to just be interacting with you guys. I think that um I probably had a very different view of the world before the last maybe this year, maybe I don't know or so. Like just really seeing that because I kept running into people who, I mean, I kept trying, and I kept running into people who would, you know, maybe y'all don't have this problem, but like if you wanted to talk about something deep or if you wanted to talk about something, that is important in a way that it's important, like in a big way, like, like politics, society type stuff or whatever. Or if you wanted to talk about how to resolve some sort of problem, like bring solutions to problems or fix your problems, fix our problems and stuff like that. Like I find and have found that most people shy away from that and really go towards more how I can participate in entertainment. You know what I mean? And that's kind of where I just got really stuck on like how I would always make sure, that I wanted to have a certain appearance if I took pictures or if I, sometimes. And when I would be like kind of open, I kind of think that I made a lot of people uncomfortable. So a lot of where I'm seeing my own and trying to own my own boldness or my own like openness or whatever in a positive way. Like I've been owning it. Like I've been like kind of a little bit in your face with like some of the things that I'm sharing, some of the things that like, how I'm doing my art or whatever and how I'm portraying my profile picture. So I'm signaling that, like I'm probably going to make you uncomfortable. But at the same time, like there's still a level of it where that part of me being, possibly rejected after I peel away those layers. So there's like so much that I've internalized about my own, ability to open up and what it means to other people. Like every 10 seconds, I'm wondering whether or not I'm doing the wrong thing right now, let alone in the presence of, people who are not on the internet or something. You know what I mean? So
Right.
it's
Well,
it's different.
part of that is to distinguish what is actually yours to own and what isn't. Because what you are putting out there, that's yours to own. How other people are fucking receiving it, though, is not. That's theirs.
And now we start talking. All right, check this out. Here's the thing. What if in a land far, far away, um, people will treat you badly if you're being yourself and being authentic?
Fuck 'em.
Leave.
Mhm. Yeah.
Now, see, this is the part where like I will uncomfortably be like, what if you couldn't leave? And what if after saying, fuck everybody, you
Well, not
definitely had
everybody.
nobody?
Not fuck everybody. Fuck the
Or
ones
fuck
that
them if
look at you
they.
like shit for being who you are because they just have their own issue going on. That's the thing. How other people perceive you is not even your business, let alone your problem, because their perception is based on how their internal worldview is operating. It's based on their shit that they've either been tainted with, not healed from, etc., versus what they have healed from. Their perception is not your fucking problem. That's
So
something that they've got to wrap themselves around when it comes to the healing they need to do. That if they are assigning their own personal feelings from some other bullshit that had nothing to do with you onto you or other people around them, that's their own stinking fucking thinking they need to come correct about.
what if you didn't have a way of not being either dependent upon or in proximity to or connected to the people that are shunning and rejecting you for being yourself?
I mean, I think there comes a point where that vitriol just kind of takes over and you kind of lose yourself, and that's really sad and it's hard.
Right? And
And
that's
that's those relationships with other people are so important, and it's so critical, I think, to have that like boundary, right? Like, you don't like me, you and I don't see eye to eye, we're not connecting. So I need to like put this relationship in this box or
So
handle this person this way.
my next question, and since I love statistical analysis, because it gives me like a different way to make something real or not real, what is the percentage over your lifetime of people who have rejected your authenticity? It doesn't have to be obviously exact percent, but you could say, you know, hovering around 50, hovering around 35% of people. I've had to say, you know, go fuck yourself, or 75% or whatever. Amanda.
Eh,
I think
I don't know.
that I strongly felt the dislike, and the dislike was directed in a more obvious way. I'd say maybe 10%. Like, there were
Uh,
definitely some people, especially growing up.
okay.
Like, being a dark haired girl in a very Scandinavian little town neighborhood where this color of hair is foreign, stupid as it is, was really hard.
Okay.
I got made
Zenzo.
fun of a lot, picked up a lot.
Sorry.
But that's alright.
It's weird some of the things people will fixate on of like, oh well, this is different to me, so throw some hate that way. That's not
Hmm.
okay. What no matter what the factor is. Um, I mean, I got treated in fucked manners as a little kid because of being nerdy, and it wasn't cool to be nerdy. And I was like, okay, fuck you, I'll go to the library and read by myself. you know um it When I was really young, it was more difficult to make friends because of that, because nobody wanted to be friends with the weird nerdy girl. I had just a few neighborhood friends and stuff. um it wasn't until I got into like junior high and met another group of girls that were pretty fucking cool and also nerdy and, outgoing, boisterous, and, no holds barred. And it was one of those moments of, oh my God, my people. And a lot of those girls I'm still friends with today.
Mhm.
Um, you know, but it was one of those things where I had to see some of the popular kids for who they really were, which was assholes. And once
Mhm.
it registered to me that they weren't the kind of people I would want to be friends with anyways, then it was like, whatever, no more
Mhm.
fucks given once I saw their assholish behavior for what it really was. You
Mhm.
know?
Yeah.
Um, when you see other people around you treating the other kids like shit too and being like, well, you can be our friend if you treat them like shit too. Fuck you. I don't want to be friends with you. I want to be
Mhm.
friends with people who aren't about who's going to treat others like shit with me. That's not
Mhm.
cool, you know? Um, so it's again one of those moments of being able to differentiate between, are these the people I'm going to vibe with or no? And if
Mhm.
not, bye. you know? And if they
Mhm.
are, hold them close, you know?
Yeah. So a lot of so I've had like similar to this conversation with different people, and usually I that's the reason why I ask those questions that way, because I just want to see, and I always like sort of phrase it this way. And here it goes. So if you're in a position where you're different from the people around you, and you know you could leave or you could go somewhere else or whatever, the one thing that we also have to factor into it is, well, what is the expectation of other people towards you? And one of the
Right.
things that I kind of wanted to say is that, because of, I mean, I guess I, you know, inadvertently would bridge it to like politics or society or something, because of the landscape of like how our country is, how our culture is right now, is, let's say, just for, you know, the US, how people see one another and everything plays so much of a big part. And so I think that there are some that are expected to um you know blend in or be more of the entertainer type. And what I'm talking about is that, like, the distance between, you know, you can be yourself and be authentic and own your realness, and you know everybody else can say, you know, fuck off if they don't like you, whatever. versus how many people you're going to have to say fuck off to. And I think that for me, that number will probably hover around 85%.
Wow.
So what I'm bringing up a little bit is that I've talked to a lot of people about things, and from their life experiences or their perception or their whatever, and remember before I said about like we have definitions of words, so and they kind of get used differently. Um, so when you say that somebody is not accepting your authentic self, um, you're also implying that somebody did. If you're saying that you had the option to be like, people should, just say fuck them if they're not into you, then you're implying the option that you can say fuck them. What if you couldn't? What if you were in a situation where you're different from the people around you, but you're outnumbered and you have to move around in this group or that place? And, how would you do that then?
Well, I mean, to be honest, like when I was younger, there was definitely a significantly higher percentage of people who I had to be like, okay, fuck off, because I grew up in a very fucking snooty school. They were, mostly stuck up. But when it came down to it, there was still these very solid friends who I had made regardless. And, most of us were like, well, fuck those popular kids that are just, preppy, snobby, and treating people like shit. We kind of all clung together. It wasn't until I was an adult and met my friend Mystic at U of M that she started introducing me to a whole new group of people, that I was like, wow, there's actually this many people out there that vibe like this, and because of her introducing me to some chosen family in Flint, now there's literally hundreds of people in Flint who I consider family. There's no blood tie, but they are family. More so even than some of the people I'm actually fucking related to and won't have anything to do with because they wanted to treat me like shit. You know? And so it depends what period of life we're talking about. It was not as easy when I was a kid, and there was a very small number of us who were laid back, chill, cool people versus this big crowd of people who only wanted to dick measure about how much fucking money do your parents make. And for me and like most of my neighborhood friends especially, you know, we were the poorest fucking neighborhood attending that school. It was a school of choice thing where technically we were in Flint, but because of where we were at on the school zone boundaries, we could choose whether we wanted to go to extremely underfunded Flint schools that had not that great of education going on, or we could go to Grand Blanc schools and get a good education. We chose to go to Grand Blanc because we figured we would get better education there, and we did. But we also had to deal with a lot of snotty shit, And so I'm thankful that amidst this school system that was largely very wealthy people, that there were also normal motherfuckers in there that we were able to make friends with, too, who were like, not judgmental like that, not dick measuring over, oh, you've only got a $500 car. Well, my daddy just bought me a BMW. Well, fuck you. I don't care. That's your shit, That's one of the reasons why I never particularly cared for people who wanted to judge others by how much money you fucking have. Because, sorry, that doesn't determine your quality as a fucking person. There's some of those kids who were rich that were complete assholes to others for not also being rich. There's others who weren't snobby about it at all, and they were like, that doesn't mean anything, And so, again, it was a matter of sifting through. Like, it's decent to others and who isn't.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
even amongst those wealthy kids, there was a lot of them who were decent people and going, yeah, no, that assholery isn't okay. That's not
Mhm.
okay. You don't treat people like shit for arbitrary bullshit like that. What matters is what's here and what's in you. Who you are, how you treat others around you.
Mhm.
So at least that was one of those building blocks that I had to go from when it came to all of a sudden meeting an explosion of a bunch of people in my 20s
Mhm.
and honestly being overwhelmed with, wow, I didn't realize there was this many really fucking beautiful souls in this family. And Natalie in the comments is one of them. I met her through Peace Mob too, which is the hippy dippy chosen family in Flint. She's one of them, you know? And it at first, like when I was 20, 21, I think, and first met Mystic, and she started introducing me to everybody, I didn't know whether to, you know, like take shit with a grain of salt or take it at face value.
Mhm.
Like, how are there this many people who are actually empathetic and caring and really genuinely loving? And it really burst a bubble for me and was somewhere I was able to actually come into my own.
Yeah.
And it's because of how much genuine love these people showed me.
Yeah.
And they were open to as well. You know, I,
Mhm.
I came from being very guarded to
Mhm.
being able to be very open because of this chosen family in Flint welcoming me with open arms. They didn't know who the fuck I was. They just knew, oh,
Mhm.
Mystic brought you over to hang out. You must be cool people.
That's right.
And so, like, I mean, I fucking blossomed
Mhm.
because of this family. And they've been solid for 20 fucking years. I love them dearly, you know? Um,
Mhm.
and it really, it, it wouldn't have mattered if it was 10 or 1,000. Just the fact of being treated with genuine love and care and empathy and
Yeah.
connection there made me feel comfortable with myself, with who I am, and, you know, not worrying so much about is somebody going to think I'm too fucking much or something. Because if they do, they just think my people, you know?
That's
It's,
like, yeah. That's so beautiful. It warms my heart. I'm just like, gosh, yeah, I feel like that's what I'm going through right now. It's a nice process.
hell yeah.
So,
You need to be surrounded with that kind of love and understanding and
Right.
willingness to hear and
yeah.
listen.
Yeah, I do, and I'm very grateful for it, and yeah, as Zen said, the blossoming part of it is nice. Um, Compassion, I think. Gosh, I so if you have like people showing you compassion, it changes the expectation that you have on yourself. I mean,
Yeah.
and it also sort of shifts the balance of like the interaction to make it more even that you can have a give and take. But I've also encountered a lot of people who only wanted to take, and I'm okay with giving, I'm okay with sharing, I'm okay with someone needs a helping hand or whatever, or just like being there for people or just listening or having conversations or hoping somebody else is having a better day. But I hadn't really gotten that back until more recently, because I think that the expectation on me and how I've set up, I've probably set myself up to fail with my image that I have portrayed the way I've been on Facebook, is that I don't need anybody, that I don't need, not that I don't need friends, like I don't want friends, like, ugh, but like, you know, I'm okay. Like I can take care of myself. You know what I mean? And,
That's
that's
balance.
Say what?
That's balance. Like being able to be completely comfortable with yourself and in your own space by yourself, as well as being able to be comfortable with those who you want to surround yourself with when you're feeling social. None of us can be expected to be 100% fucking social all the goddamn time or 100% isolated all the goddamn time. It's a matter of balance.
Hmm.
And that's one other thing too that I'm thankful to my Aunt Nancy for this because, one of the things that she drilled into my head growing up is you're the only person who you've got to be able to look at yourself in the mirror when you wake up every day and ask yourself, do I like you? Do I like you? you know? And
Yeah.
if not, then come correct if you are happening to the world around you.
Hmm.
But, you know, you've got to be comfortable with being with yourself. And that's one of those things that once you are comfortable being with yourself, you find yourself raising your standards too. If this other person's company is not at least as good as my own,
Hmm.
then maybe they don't deserve that energy. If somebody is constantly treating you badly, hell, if your own internal voice is treating you badly, call that motherfucker out. you
But
know,
here's the devil's
that's
advocate though. Here's the devil's advocate. Because I'm sort of like I'm sort of right now kind of batting for a team where some of what your experiences are and some of what a lot of people's experiences are might not match. What if you're used to what if your definition of that, being treated badly would be actually just sort of that's how it is, how it always is. How do you know the difference? Like how does a fish know that water is wet? How do you know the difference between um, people mistreating you and getting away with it and the system mistreating you and getting away with it? Or, some section of your experiences in this country. And yeah, I'm kind of talking about myself, but I could also as easily relate this to like, could be like some young adolescent, white kid. He's, um by himself and then later he ends up like, getting really, improportionately angry against society. And let's leave it at that. I mean, the idea of this space between how you see yourself and how others see you, there's this gap where if there's the unresolved, either the injustice of bullying or the injustice of discrimination or something that hasn't been resolved, you're not going to know the difference between being around people who aren't very good for your well-being and being around people who, maybe your teachers and the they talk down to you just the same as the kids talk down to you or something like that. Like there's lots of little angles where I'm kind of highlighting the fact that some people um are having huge gaps in, not necessarily huge gaps, but there could be gaps in how much compassion or what their definition is of self-respect, what their definition is of who they should be around and not be around. And that's, I mean, we're talking about like we're really talking a bigger picture, gang, join a gang. Why would anybody do that?
To
Um,
find community.
and if this gang says, in order to get in, let's say they have to beat you up to let you in, that the conflict of, on the one hand, nobody wants to be beaten up. On the other hand, I need to get in. The resolve being, I'm going to let myself beat up. The conflict being, on the one hand, I want you to hear my words, and on the other hand, I have to, wear makeup and entertain you to get your attention. So you have to resolve that. On the one hand, and a lot of these little things that I'm saying, I think that a lot of people have migrated to their tribe or migrated to, you know, um, the the internet or wherever to like connect with people. And some of the baggage that I'm bringing is that I'm probably able to be open and not too afraid of being embarrassed, But at the same time, I mean, I'm absolutely like, I'm completely tense whether or not it shows. My hands are clammy. I'm afraid that I'm going to do something wrong. I'm afraid that I'm going to whatever. And so, like the mental illness aspect of what's going on in our society is like so widespread that there are just so many things that, whether you grew up in a dysfunctional family or not, whether you're a person of color or not, whether whatever gender, no matter where you come from, and even wealth level, there's just things that this culture is, you know, putting little traps on you, and you may or may not wiggle out of it. And I would just say that there's probably a ton of people who would love to join you guys, or would love to like be heard or get their thoughts out there, but the internal conflict of, well, I want to share my authenticity, but I also need to be able to keep this job, or you know something some you
Mhm.
know something that they have to be able to do. As somebody from Chicago, I'm not used to making facial expressions, like literally, like to actually feel like I'm smiling, and then to know that my face didn't make a smile is a whole inner conflict, and extrapolate at will. Like, so I guess what I'm telling you is I'm sort of hoping to turn myself inside out to sort of, but maybe somebody might hear that and be like, okay, yeah, I have that inner conflict, because we've gotten so used to seeing images and just sort of believing that the programming is the truth. And then, um, you find out that you've been forced to wear a mask, and sometimes you can't take your mask off. Sometimes if you were to take your mask off, the police might get called. So there's just like tons of, little things that there's a like finding your tribe is, I mean, there's people who haven't found themselves, you know.
Right.
So it's just, I mean, I'm just sort of like kind of, I don't know. I guess my thesis is that, America's fucked up, the society, you know,
Yeah.
there's a mental
This is
health crisis.
accurate.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Well, that right there, having an analytical mind. That's why I like going back to your initial question of like, how can you tell if this is somebody who is good for you or not? Um, I had to study psychology to really fucking understand that, because of having people around me who I thought were friends, thought were good for me, and then seeing actions that made me go, whoa, what the fuck?
Mm.
And, having to then question that. Um, and, family members, you name it. Um, Studying psychology at least helped me be able to identify red flags and go, okay, like these things are abusive behaviors, and be able to look at that. And, it's one thing if you can have a conversation with a person and be like, hey, you might not be aware that you were doing this, but when you said
Mhm.
this is where that qualifies that as far as red flags of abuse. When you
Mhm.
said that, that's where that's at. When you did this, that's where that's at. Of like whether it be gaslighting, things like that. If they're causing you harm, um, a real friend, you can bring that to their attention and have a real conversation with them about it. And who knows? They might have been having a shitty day and took their shit out on you. They
Mhm.
might have been just completely oblivious to how their words landed and whatnot. But either way, if it's a real friend, they'll sit down and have a conversation with you about those things.
Mm.
If they're not, they're going to treat you like shit again for it. And that's the red flag of bye,
Mhm.
bye. Like, I mean, if both parties aren't willing to hear each other out and actually have a real conversation, then there's a problem. There's a lack of that connection there. And the part that matters the most to me is somebody willing to meet you in the middle of doing that fucking work together to actually repair that and grow from it. Because growing from those experiences will strengthen a bond.
Mhm.
But if all of that does is, cause more harm because of whatever that conflict was, then it's time to cut ties for your own well being.
Definitely.
And sometimes that takes fucking years to figure out about somebody.
Hmm.
You know,
That's
it's not
wild.
something
Yeah.
you can pick up in 10 minutes. I
Yeah.
mean, unless somebody is like red flag right off the fucking bat. Like, yeah,
For real.
wild. It's like, oh, swipe left. But you know, in those cases, when it's somebody that you welcome into your life as a friend, it,
Mhm.
it could take months, it could take years. You never know.
Yeah.
It's
That's
part of
interesting.
that fucking roller coaster that is life. You know,
Mhm.
hold the fuck on tight. You might scream a little bit.
But
We're doing
also,
a
like,
loop on this roller coaster.
people change and grow too. Like, your
Right.
reactions to things over time change a lot. Like, I mean, in myself personally, like, when I get into a stressful situation, unless it's politically oriented, I have to step out of it. I
Mhm.
have to step out of it and process because I get so afraid that I'm
Mhm.
going to say something that I cannot take back.
Right.
And I always
Mhm.
think toothpaste, walk away. Because, yeah,
Toothpaste, is that like your code word that you just sort of assign as
yeah,
a
because it's like toothpaste problem. If you say something now, you can't take it back. So get out or
gotcha.
get away.
Right.
Yeah.
Go
And some people have
chill,
a
think
hard
about it.
time. But like some people
Right.
get freaked out by it. Like Zach gets that for me. Like if I get like sometimes I just have to walk away and it'll take me a couple hours and other people are like, well, why the fuck didn't you blah blah blah? And it was like I was still processing it. I have to think about it
Mhm.
Right.
and then react. And some people don't have like the bandwidth to allow that like processing grace.
Mm.
Right.
Mhm.
It's one thing that I've found that because of certain things being triggering, especially, you know, no, if I'm feeling like I'm gonna fucking blow up and rip your head off, I'm gonna tell you I feel like ripping your head off. So right now I'm gonna walk the fuck away and think about what you had to say
Mhm.
and
Mhm.
how I would like to respond because I would rather respond than react. So I need to go
Mm-hmm.
process this, you
Mhm.
know, and I'll talk to you when I'm fucking ready. That might be later today, that might be tomorrow, that might be next week. I don't fucking know.
Mhm.
But I would rather be emphatic with my word than speak to you from my anger. Because while my anger might be valid,
Mhm.
Right.
it's not a healthy point to press an issue from.
Hmm.
Not always. Some moments. Like you were
Mm-hmm.
talking about punching a Nazi. Always punch a fucking Nazi. Punch the one next to him too. But
Mhm.
most situations, like when we're talking about dealing with family, friends, etc., we don't want to just fucking torch that relationship. We want to fucking think about things and be able to address it in a peaceful manner, not speaking to each other from anger. When you genuinely love somebody, you don't want to fucking rip their head off necessarily. You might need to fucking tell them some shit that is hard truths for them to hear, but there's a difference between coming to that, like in the tone of voice that I'm speaking in right now,
Mhm.
versus going off fucking you motherfucker piece of shit, that
Right.
is
Right.
not going to convey to them, I have a problem with how you said this
Yeah.
or when you did
Mm-hmm.
that. You
Yeah.
know,
No, but definitely,
it,
yeah. I
it
mean,
helps.
you don't want to, yeah, you don't want to overly like blow up. You don't want to overly whatever. I think I probably uh yeah, I'm probably like fighting with myself. I'm like, okay, so how do I say this exactly? But no, I've usually suppressed anger and usually suppressed like my expressions for a lot of my life. Um and just didn't really find a place for them until, quite recently, like especially Zen talking with you on the phone. Like I think that was like that's been that's been like super refreshing. Like since just being able to, have a moment of, getting things out or whatever. And it's nice to make friends. It's nice to like meet your tribe and everything. I'm just probably like thinking of all the different things that had to happen, or and just comparing this just in a insane way against like my actual in real life. Because one of the things, for me personally has been that the expectations on me are, or at least they seem a little different than what it looks like for other people. Like I don't I generally feel like, I've mostly been expected to process on my own, or just sort of like comfort myself, or something. Like just has a lot to do with me being an only child, has a lot to do with, going through a tremendous like, child abuse and neglect and tons of trauma, at an early age, and then just, having it continue. But I, I just I don't know. Like
Man,
I don't feel I don't have a memory of anything like this before. Cause it doesn't I'm usually accepted because if I play a part. Like I remember when I was in um I lived in Nashville, and I went to this church, and I used to be a Christian. And I went to a church, and I was really sincere about my faith and everything. And I had a few friends that we always kind of like would sit together. I think it was like maybe my 30s or something, or 28 or something. I don't know. And I remember thinking, like, there's four of us, and then one to my right and two to my left, and we're all like sitting there. And it just sort of dawned on me, like, I actually have a friend group. I actually have a friend group where we all are, together, we talk or whatever. And at that moment, I hated it, not because I hated having a friend group, but I hated the price for being accepted, and how much of my authentic self, is too much, or too much of an expression, or whatever. And so now, like, I don't really know. It's almost as if I don't really know um how to be, or who to be, or what to be, because that sort of being yourself thing doesn't apply. It just doesn't apply to me. I'm not going to say it's because I'm a black woman, but I think it's part of it, at least. But from in my experiences, and I hope somebody can relate to this, that, because I just don't know if this is just me being all in my own head or whatever. But a lot of it is performance and entertaining, and um what you would have to do to get liked. And I don't think that's just like has to do with black women. I mean, I can imagine somebody in any, community where, there's just a way that we do things, and you can't be different. I mean, there's probably like some, you know kid, realizing that they're gay in a community where they definitely would not want to come out or something. Like there's just like so many different permutations of what I'm talking about. But just not being accepted for who you are, or not being accepted for, being yourself, or having the person you are be accepted only under certain conditions or circumstances with strings attached. And that being not just, okay, well, go and find another whatever. I can't go and find another body. Like I can't go and find another I can't force, several people on this planet to see me differently. I can't do that part. Um so I remember, the reason why I'm saying this is because it's like I've been able to talk with you, Zen. I've been able to talk with, a couple of different people here and there on from online particularly. And what I find is that, like, it's refreshing because if I start talking about some of the stuff that I'm going through, it gets made into a political issue. Like people start like pulling out talking points and trying to coach me through basically how they, on the one hand, cannot possibly understand what I'm going through, but on the other hand, have like, pretty hefty opinions as to how I should deal with it. You know what I mean? Like, so the authenticity, the empathy, the compassion is, it's either lacking that I'm not seeing it, or it's just lacking in general. I have no idea which, but I just, I just wish you could have been a fly on the wall on some of the conversations that I've had with people where, um, you know, just like I've talked with people who like to share and interact a little bit, but it's because, you know, me being, the caring person, not because I'm being cared for. Does that make sense?
That's.
And
I was gonna say I always have found it really frustrating and difficult when people tell you how you're supposed to process your emotions or how you're supposed to react. It's like that's not really for you to decide. Like most people have an innate understanding of right and wrong, and it's not your job to be like, oh, well, this happened to you, this is how you should handle it, because it doesn't work for everybody. It's not a one size fits all.
right,
Yeah.
absolutely. And like even going back to what you were saying about being able to process those things by yourself versus with other people, it's not that either one is inherently good or bad. It's a matter of bringing them in balance because, like, yeah, we absolutely do need to be able to, again, sit with ourselves and be able to work through things. But it also is very helpful to even be able to talk through things with others around us who actually genuinely know how to hold that space and empathize, like in our conversations there's a lot of epiphanies I would not have had if it wasn't for your feedback and the things that you were seeing, just from like what I was able to convey and tell you what was going on in a situation. There was things that would have gone right past me because they weren't realizations that I had had. So being able to talk with you about that stuff made me realize some things that I hadn't seen that were both good and bad in the situation, you know?
Mhm.
So both of those things are very important. When it comes to healing, it does take both self and that validation and connection with your community. Um, and I don't mean community in large sense, like your fucking neighborhood or your city or something. I mean your people,
Yeah, your
that you can
tribe.
actually, yes, your tribe, exactly. Because it really does take that, even if it's just to be heard, because that's one thing when it comes to suppressing the anger. Having dealt with anger management issues myself my whole fucking life, I get that because there are times when I suppressed it because I didn't know how to find a healthy way to express it. And, you know, sometimes that means listening to some fucking angry music and screaming it out at the top of my goddamn lungs. Sometimes that means being able to call somebody else who knows how to hold that space and is like, yeah, listen, what's up, what's going on, and being able to vent and scream and get that fucking anger out because it is valid, you know? Um, it's it's part of that healing process to even be able to get to before you can take that step back to whoever it was that angered you and even be able to talk to it and talk about it in, to them in a reasonable manner and without just fueling each other's anger because
Mhm.
there's only so much a screaming match is going to fucking accomplish versus a conversation.
Mhm.
um and to be fair, like if it wasn't for you guys and a couple other friends, the even the shit that's happened so far this year,
Mhm.
I would have lost my fucking shit. Let me tell you.
That's what. Yeah. Now you. Yeah. That's what. I was like, tag me in, coach, because I think you were snapping about something in the chat. I was like, oh, what's going on? And you were saying some of the stuff that was happening. And I was like, man, I don't know. That was tremendous. That was like wild. I don't even know what to say. Yeah,
Right.
that was a lot. So yeah, I felt bad for you. At the very least, I was like, damn, this lady is so yeah. I'm glad I could be
That,
there. I'm glad you're there.
thank you.
Hmm.
I am too. It was really a moment of synchronicity. Like we'd had a little bit of conversation in our group chat prior to that, but both of us were going through some very triggering shit at the same time and actually understood, even though it was completely different fucking circumstances,
Hmm.
just simply the fact that we have CPTSD and understand what that feels like when somebody is literally going out of their fucking way to intentionally trigger the shit out of you, which is one factor that we definitely had in common with both of our situations there.
Hmm.
It was to like blow that fucking door open where in that moment when you and I both needed somebody to talk with who actually understood and gave a fuck, we
Hmm.
found each other.
Hmm.
And I'm fucking thankful for that. You know? like
Me too. Me too. Yeah.
I'm fucking the shit out of you.
If I didn't have a camera in my face, I'd be crying right now. Probably, you know what I mean? Just keep it a
Mhm.
buck. But yeah, yeah. The complex PTSD
Shout out
piece.
to Anna for
Say
introducing
what?
us.
Wait, what did you
Shout
say?
out to Anna for introducing us
Oh yeah, for real,
with that
right?
group chat. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
But you were
She
gonna
invited
say
me. I was glad.
yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
She's beautiful. I love her. Such a beautiful
She's so
soul.
sweet. She's so sweet.
Yeah.
She's a warrior. She's a good gal. Yeah.
Fuck yeah.
But no, that complex PTSD piece, like whether you're diagnosed with it or you just know that you got like some issue, mental illness that is like severe in whatever, like all that type of stuff. That plus the attachment stuff, plus, I mean, whether or not somebody had a bad childhood, I think that like again, mental health crisis, and my thing has sort of been like, okay, I just want to find people who are actually okay with talking about this shit. Because some of the
Right.
stuff that like I want to talk about is so uncomfortable, like I mean the stuff we're talking about right now, I don't think you guys are uncomfortable or whatever, but like, from, the past, if I try to bring things up or anytime wanted to address something, like because I'm from like not just where I'm from, but like, a lot of it being that I spent a long time being homeless, and moved around and came back to Chicago, left Chicago again, stuff like that. So this is like the third time that I've left Chicago, but you know, like a lot of that, I if it's not relevant to what everybody else is talking about, um nobody wanted to hear it, and it's definitely not a bunch of comfortable subjects. I don't think I'm alone in that. I think other people like, have different stuff going on, but the effect of it, like, how it affects the nervous system and how it affects, no matter
Yeah.
what you've been through, you end up like having literally like something, getting on your nerves, like, the brain and just, brain damage and just all this type of shit that happens that are a result of, wear and tear from living in a society that, I mean, we keep identifying it as the matrix and how it's like, the capitalism and everything that we already know about like how society is. And so the other half of that for me was like, okay, so if we all agree, like at some point, me having so many lefty Facebook friends, it's like, okay, if we all agree that this is a shit going on, why is it that when I talk about my shit is, you know, I mean, people just gave me the wow emoji basically all the time. And so I just kind of, you know, I don't know.
And take into consideration too that those wow reactions might not necessarily be to you, but to the situation you're
Oh no, yeah,
describing. It's
yeah.
not necessarily, like, oh, this is overwhelming. This is too much to hear. It's more likely like, holy fuck, that somebody did that to you, like the situation with that post that you showed me the other day. Like, what the fuck does this person mean by this? And I'm like, I don't know. What the fuck do they mean by that? Because it's hard to tell in that response in those comments if the person was being a snarky asshole or if there was legit something else going on pertaining to those circumstances they were describing that actually did trigger them. And it's hard to tell in a world of fucking sarcasm,
Mhm.
even as somebody who speaks sarcasm as a second language. There's certain times and places I busted out discussing
Mhm.
stuff like that. That's not one of the moments to bust out sarcasm if somebody is venting to you about a fucking serious problem that they're dealing with. So that, kind of caught me off guard too and made me wonder, like, what the fuck do they mean by that? But it's one of those things that at least I have found in most of the leftist groups is there's a general tendency that people are being more empathetic, at least, because in this fucked up world that we live in, every one of us is going through various existential crises, you know,
Mhm.
sometimes multiple. So
For real.
at least what I found amongst a lot of the left is they're like, this is fucked and I'm fed up. And they're at that point where they also want to hear other people out about where shit's fucked up they're fed up about.
Mhm.
It's some legit solidarity and support there, you know.
Mhm. Yeah.
So at least we have those spaces now, even because of being able to connect with others on the fucking internet, you know?
Yeah.
Because only with actually addressing all of these problems and all the ways that they affect us. Because, I mean, even as you're describing, the problems that occur to your nervous system because of PTSD,
Mhm.
you know, a lot of this stuff, my brain was going off on down the list of all of a lot of these things come back to fucking capitalism and the things that are inherent to it that are exploitative and abusive to us,
Mhm.
especially when we get into the realms of racism, sexism. I mean, all of these facets are bombarding us with fucking perpetual trauma in various fucking areas of life in general, and add
Mhm.
to it the abusive manner that the system treats everybody, anyways, of fucking your labor chattel, you know. Um, Look, nobody's got fucking, livable wages in most of their fucking jobs. There might be a handful of people who have lucked out and they're making a livable wage, but the majority of the people in this country are not. That's a fucking stressor. And when you add that stress, all of these things literally cause you physical fucking pain. You know how many people are fucking diagnosed with fibromyalgia right now? And, some of us, like myself, I did sustain a spinal cord injury, but I know a lot of people who've never had a spinal cord injury that would explain the nerve pain, but they've been through other types of trauma that were mental, emotional, spiritual, that they have those same symptoms. Why? Because stress literally fucking damages your goddamn skin suits. We're all being driven to the brink of sanity, and
Yeah.
it literally damaging our fucking bodies and making us even less functional. No wonder we're all so fucking pissed off about the way everything around us is working
Mhm.
when everyone we cross paths with is also being fucking abused, assaulted, and traumatized by this fucked world. Shit's gotta change. Something's gotta fucking give.
Right.
That's it.
I mean, shit. Like, for me, yoga has been my safe haven through the stressful times because it's like the meditation at the end helps me reset my brain, and the physical movements help me stretch and push some of that, like, tension, energy into the ground. This is really gonna sound fucked up, but like when I do yoga and
No, it's
stuff, I
grounding.
imagine myself as a tree, and that I'm trying to root back into the ground, and then I'm sending that stress energy out of my body into the ground.
Mm-hmm.
And then when I'm done, I let go.
Same thing.
Because
That's
let's
perfect.
I let go of all of it back to the earth because you know what? The earth recycles everything. It'll take all that shit that I'm giving it and turn it into nutrients for something else.
Right.
You know? Yeah. Literally grounding of, in meditation to imagine yourself growing roots down into the earth, as well as opening up all of your chakras, including your crown. You got to let that light in, that fucking sunshine up there, to let the actual energy of every fucking thing in existence around you flow right through you and just be.
Mm-hmm.
This is why, even as a fucking analytical ass scientific motherfucker, I have a deep, genuine appreciation for certain spiritual teachings like that when it comes to like Buddhism, when it comes to the yoga practices of meditation and grounding. All of those things, they help so much to literally be able to fucking detox yourself just by remembering how we actually exist, which is as connective beings, which is why we seek out these connections with other people. Well, we also need to seek those connections with the earth itself, with nature, with the fucking plants around us, for fuck's sake. I mean, look at the science that backs this. Of even all of the plants have underground networks of mycelia connecting their roots. They share nutrients. They communicate with each other. Above ground, even certain neurochemicals are literally being kicked off by these plants. They have
Mhm.
chemical signals they kick out in the fucking air to communicate with each other.
Wow.
This is how we exist too.
Right.
Every fucking molecule in existence, let's get smaller than that. Every subatomic particle in existence is connected to every other one in existence simply by energy, electron exchange, things like that. That, I mean, when it comes to my spirituality, I've come to these conclusions because of studying chemistry and physics and going, oh, that's what that is when I'm like zenning the fuck out, is just being. Just, you know?
Mhm.
Though, may I add a facet to that? So I had the pleasure of enjoying an edible for the very first time in my entire life this past weekend. And can I just say that it was the most delightful experience I've had, just because I felt more in my body than I even have with meditation. Like, don't get me wrong, the meditation and the yoga are great, but like it just added a different level of like connectivity and like self-awareness, and it was like, oh my god, like it was so great.
Oh my god.
And I was like, damn, what the hell.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Part of that is because marijuana is in the entheogen family. It is a very mild hallucinogen. Like if you were to eat enough medibles, you would see a little bit of visuals. But for the most part, it just is that very relaxed, soothing connection vibe that, again, takes you to that point of, wow, I can just be. That's why it's so great for anxiety and trauma and all those things. Like, I fucking swear, I don't know what I would do without Mary Jane in my life because, whoo,
I know this is like I'm jealous because I live in a state where I can't do it, and I miss because in Illinois they had just legalized it, but right around that the time that I left, so yeah, that's a big part of what we need, and no wonder it's illegal all over the place because they want us stressed out. Capitalism.
That's how they keep it.
Yep.
But like, God, and it's just like, it blows my mind to think of how many people are behind bars over that. Like, of all the shit, of all the shit, like, am I gonna get arrested for having cactuses? Like, what's gonna happen here?
So
Right.
stupid.
It is stupid. And I think a lot of the fear, though, of like legalizing it is that they realize how many people they'd have to let out of jail. It's like, well, no shit. They shouldn't have been there in the first place.
Right. Right. What you choose to consume in your fucking skin suit that ain't even
Yeah.
affecting, let alone harming anybody else, it's your fucking business.
Hmm.
It's your fucking business.
But
Also,
alcohol is legal, and you could
right?
actually
And you feel like
drink
shit after.
yeah, and let's take that to the extreme and say like worst case scenario, drunk driver mows down a couple of kids or whatever. It's like we're gonna blame it on alcohol or some shit. Like what the fuck,
Hmm.
But I mean, then they go on a circuit and go and talk to schools and like,
Yeah.
preach the dangers of drunk driving. And it's like, uh, you know, I mean, a lot of stuff that's legal will kill you or at least, mess up your liver, especially like,
Right.
I mean, I'm on prescription drugs. I'm not, gonna lie about the fact that it's gonna, I have to be careful
Right.
about this stuff.
Right.
But yeah, the Mary Jane would be like pretty much the very first, the obvious part of the solution to a lot of stuff. I mean, like the stress.
And like they could
Right.
control it. They could tax it. It would be good for the economy. It's far less dangerous than alcohol. Like the
Right.
night everybody else got drunk and I got high instead. And it was like the next day I was like, I feel awesome. I feel fine.
Right.
It was
Like I
some,
had life epiphanies and like figured out what I want to do in my crazy ass head with the rest of my life. But
yeah. It's
Right.
so needed. It's so, but of course they would never like, I
mhm.
mean, I know, okay, so this is the pessimist in me, but like a lot of the reason why political discussions, I'll try to educate myself a little, but I just, usually don't talk about it because I think that, I mean, I'm just done. Like, I feel like whoever is allowing, things to happen the way that they're happening are not going to really give people a win without taking something that is way more like the day that they legalize marijuana is the day that like all the rich people actually do go and move to Mars or some shit like that. Like it has to be like some severely it has to be some reason that they'll profit off of it or whatever.
Like you feel like it's very transactional.
Yeah,
Like
like
there's got to be some.
I mean, yeah, I'm not complete. Maybe I'm jaded. I don't know, but like, I
I
just,
don't think so. I think I kind of feel that same way. Like
Right.
they always
I've
have
seen
to
it. Yeah.
trade.
Right.
Hmm?
Of in some states they have tried to push for corporate control over the marijuana supply and stuff. Like they're doing it right now in Michigan, trying to fuck over our caregiver system that we voted into place, and try to fuck everybody out of having their direct caregiver and make it all fucking corporate farming, corporate storefront, and it's like, no, you're gonna fuck a lot of people over who depend on having their caregiver to provide them with their medicine.
what kind of caregiver
So
system?
I've
Sorry
got a
to
lot of
interrupt.
friends that are fighting back against that to protect the caregiver system right now because that is fucking inherent to it working right. And it's not like the state isn't still making hella fucking money off the taxes anyways, because we've got the dispensary storefronts and stuff. It's just that it shouldn't be something that is limited to fucking corporations that can, pad their buddies' wallets in order to bribe them into making the licensing so expensive and so restricted that only the fucking wealthy can do it, and not your fucking neighbor who might be more physically able to grow a garden and provide, 12 other people with their medicine
Mhm.
than some of us who are fucking disabled. Like it doesn't matter if you would still have the right to grow for yourself if you physically can't. You still
Could I
would
ask
need your
you, what's the
caregiver.
caregiver system in Michigan you were talking about? I'm not up on it.
Um, when we first legalized marijuana in Michigan, We had set in place a system for every licensed caregiver. You fill out the application, and I think it's a couple $100, no different than it is to get your regular medical card, except like as a caregiver, you can have 12 patients sign up under you that you are allowed to grow for,
Mm.
and then you not only would have basically a home business, but you're helping the people around you who are physically disabled and cannot, get out there and, garden for themselves here.
Mhm.
So it's fucking important. On top of that, um, a lot of the caregivers do stuff like making butter, making candies, sauces, things like that are infused for people who can't smoke. It helps to have edibles. Even if you can smoke, it still helps to
Mhm.
have edibles because they hit differently. Like if I'm having severe muscle pain, a medible is going to help me more than smoking, a lot more.
Mhm.
Having a topical cream that I can put on where it hurts helps even with nerve pain, things
Mhm.
like that. Um, so, you know, it's not just the flower, it's everything
Mhm.
else that these people are taking the time to create and be able to provide for their patients. Um, because of this, we're even able to access, RSO and the candies and stuff like that for people who are under 18 whose, parents have taken them to get their medical card because it helps with certain issues they have going on.
Mhm.
A lot of
Mhm.
kids with, say, ADHD diagnosis do better with Rick Simpson oil than they
Mhm.
do with fucking Adderall, which is nothing but lab made fucking crank.
Yes.
you know,
Oh yeah.
um, so it's one of
That's why
those
I look
things that
methed out all the time, by the
it's so
way.
important.
I'm sorry.
It's so important to keep this system in place because that's what's actually providing for the people, and
Mhm.
usually in a manner that they can actually fucking afford it.
Yeah.
For those who can afford it, it's or who don't know somebody who can be their caregiver, yes, it's important to also still have the dispensaries so that you can go purchase what you need if there's not a local grower that you can, work with.
Mhm.
So we need both, but we don't
Mhm.
need restrictions being put on the shit. Like even with the dispensary licensing, they're trying to make that so fucking expensive that only these huge corporate entities would be able to afford to do that too. And most of our dispensaries are mom and pop shops.
You know what? I
Uh-huh.
You
think they
know,
probably only did the caretaker program just to do it as a trial run to see how it would, be a marketable thing in the future that could get taken over by the, bigger corporation. You know, and it's like I dig like how a lot of people wanting a movement and things like that are very hopeful about stuff, but I just have a hard time like being able to feel like we could change laws and really make something actually happen. Like, just think about it this
Mhm.
way: if the entity, like the government or society, as an entity or whatever, has to go through like the process of the legal system and following certain guidelines in order to change a law, in order to make a law that will then be subverted by anybody who has money because of the bail system. I just don't know. I just tend to put more stock into like the smallest thing that I could do personally to, possibly fix something, or a group of friends could fix something, or a small community could help each other type of stuff. Like, it's just really hard for me to, I can't hold my breath hoping that, this I mean, the country is the people, and yeah, obviously, if people seize the means, if people, I mean, there's stuff that people could do, but I'm also like, you know, I mean, you know, eh, feeling outnumbered, and outgunned. So I just don't. It's hard for me to get really excited about, changing laws and stuff like that. I just tend to feel like, like here, for example, it's not legal, and if I have to, have a questionable gummy. I mean, I'm like really super nervous about that. That some of it is legal, like the Delta 8 stuff. And then, I have gabapentin, I have Vyvanse, I have propranolol, which will be replaced by another med soon. I have, um, yeah, and of course my Lexapro. I got to figure it out, and anything I can't, make my brain and mind do, I got to do it through food. I gotta do it through, how if I do my stretching or whatever, or if I can put, a heating pack. And I guess, I'm probably, my point is that like, it's not available everywhere. It's not legal everywhere. It's not, just there's so much of a possibility of just living under a couple of, one or two strikes against you where you can't really access care or fix your health problems or whatever. Like it's just so rigged. The game is just so rigged.
It really is. And it's shameful that we even still have states that have not legalized, all of the bullshit, fucking, it's already been debunked as far as their stupid ass talking lines of, wanting to still, pretend that marijuana is harmful when it's not. It has nothing but great benefit for you medically. There's a reason why we have a fucking endocannabinoid system in our skin suits, and that's because it's something supposed to be part of our daily intake just for our skin suit to operate right. That's why when you have like really bad nerve pain or muscle spasm, like I'm having right now in my fucking leg because my sciatic nerve is on fire, I'm about to rub some motherfucking like high concentration CBD cream on that shit. Why? Because CBD directly hooks right into the muscle and actually stops the acetylcholine pathway from being overstimulated. It slows down that flow of acetylcholine that is making the muscle lock up and squeeze on the fucking nerve. This is something that literally fucking works with our body. This is part of our fucking nature, is to make use of the plants that fucking grow around us.
Yes.
Why the fuck anywhere has this, made illegal is just utter fucking nonsense. I really think it's just a fucking excuse anymore for people to still keep filling up fucking jail beds and making money for these goddamn corporate fucking places. It's not okay. Even in states where it's been legalized, they still have people sitting in jail for marijuana possession, and it's fucked. We need to let them go. We need to let them go. These archaic ass fucking laws never should have been on the books in the first fucking place. And when it comes to the organization of this as a fucking legitimate business, it needs to be treated like any other, that there shouldn't be some unaffordable fucking paywall between you and being a grower or being somebody who makes extracts like these. If it's something that you enjoy doing and you are capable of producing a quality product, you should be able to do so without needing a fucking massive corporate entity to back you. We really do need to redress every fucking thing here because we have so many laws like that on the books that are unethical and they don't serve the people. It serves a few fucking wealthy hands who want to continue to like have some modicum of fucking control over other people's lives in skin suits, and I hate that shit. Don't call this place the fucking land of the free when we're not even free to have access to a plant that is fucking harmless.
Yeah, right.
Countless medical benefits.
The only thing we're free to do is free to exploit.
Right. People get praised if they're fucking exploiting the fuck out of others.
Like, wow,
look at you want to do something good in your community, like being a fucking marijuana grower.
Right? Well, I mean, really, it should fall under that, like, healthcare medicine. I mean, shit. I get
Yeah.
Charlie horses all the time, and a banana and staying hydrated is not always enough to
Right.
stop that.
Hmm.
And it would be nice to use on the regular things that would treat that issue.
Right.
Yeah. I mean,
And
like
hell,
everybody's. Go
this
ahead.
is, I was just going to say, like, stuff like this gets sent to a lab to get quality tested every fucking batch. I mean, hell, even most people do so with their flour as well, so they can show the stats to their patients of here's the breakdown of the various cannabinoids that are in this strain. All of this stuff you can easily test and be able to show exactly what's in it. Therefore, why is this not something that we can actually bill our insurance for? Insurance should be
Yep.
covering stuff like this.
Yep.
You know, like whatever your dosage is that you fucking need, okay, here we can note this, and go, okay, I have a prescription for this. I need these various forms of it in
Hmm.
these doses, things, and bam, bill the fucking insurance out. This is something that should be part of our standard fucking healthcare. And hell, we can't even get everybody fucking insured, let alone get
Yeah,
natural medicines fucking covered because it's a plant that you can't patent. Well, you could patent your specific formula of, like this cream, for example, has other essential oils in there that help, with giving like that muscle rub cool and tingly feeling,
Hmm.
things like that. You could patent the formula.
Hmm.
You just can't patent the plant, which is why they've roadblocked that.
I was gonna say about insurance. I personally didn't like actually get on insurance that covered everything so completely until I became homeless. And so like the fact that you have to, I mean, like again, with everything being rigged against you, or just this whole entire like setup, like, it's nonsensical. Like I am glad that I have insurance to cover the things that, I need to get healthcare, to get like, but I had to actually, prove to be at the poverty line to qualify. um if you make a
Same.
certain amount of, like, let's say if it's disability income, like you're not able to have more than a certain amount like in your bank account at one time. Like they don't want you, like, to have a savings. If you and plus what you're talking about, like with the plant not being, covered under insurance. And you know and I think about stuff like, if it's a plant, then they still have tobacco, which is legal, but they have it as part of the smoke break, coffee break culture of the workplace, so that workers can, self stimulate and work more hours and be more focused and stuff like that. That's allowed, but the other plant for when you're off work, I guess, when you need to, you know, de-stress from work. I mean, your option is alcohol, and we talked about that. And it's just sort of like, I mean, it's just, it just screams, it just reeks of like this obvious, setup and everything going on. To me, it's just so like, it's super fucked up. Like, yeah, I don't know. If we were to actually make it, legal and livable, it would have to be in an intentional community type setting or something. It had to be something where there was such a, critical mass of people that, could just say that, okay, we're all going to, demand this or something.
Right. Well, I mean, that's literally what we did with those statewide ballots of, look, we have enough signatures that we fucking demand this be put on the ballot for the vote, and it passed.
Hmm.
Um, Hell, in Florida, the first time that they got it put on the ballot, they actually had enough votes to pass it, but then the government decided to move the fucking goalposts and be like, well, I know you got as many as we asked for, but we decided we want you to have more if we're going to pass it. So the following year, I went down there and helped work the petition drive to get it back on the fucking ballot again. There was a lot of people coming from various states all over to
Hmm.
come help get those signatures and get that shit on the ballot again. And it finally fucking passed because
Hmm.
people turned out and voted in, like, record number. Like, fuck the bullshit. You're going to stop fucking arresting, harassing, fucking jailing us for a plant. Fuck off. You know?
Wow.
Um,
Okay.
yeah. I mean, it was something that got support all across the political spectrum. You know, I had people coming to sign my fucking petitions who were, right wing Trump supporters, and people who were, Democrats, people who were, anarchists, you fucking name it. We're
Mhm.
like, yeah, I'm about this. We need to legalize this. This is a human right. This is an ethical issue, not a party line issue, you know?
Oh.
And so, like, I've seen that in so many states where that's all that took was enough of the people going, yet no, fuck the bullshit. We're done being legally harassed over a fucking plant, and voted yes to legalize. You know, thankfully, um, many not only have medical but recreational now too. Like right now, I'm in Arizona, and they've got both here too.
Hmm.
So you don't even have to have a card to go to the store. There's just a limit on what the dosage is of the like candies that you can buy, for example.
Hmm.
If you only are a recreational customer and don't have a medical card. The really high dose stuff they have reserved for medical patients. So
Hmm.
that's how they handled that one. That fucking easy. Like, no, if you're a fucking adult, you have the right to ingest this. Hi, here's the store. You know.
So what leverage, I mean, I get that, like, you've demonstrated, and yeah, kudos to you. Like, I get that y'all demonstrated that there's a lot of people that felt that way. I just always wonder, like, well, what leverage do people really have? Like, how were you able to apply leverage that way? Like, what were they afraid of that they actually, you know, listened? You know, I don't, yeah, I don't know how that works exactly. Like,
Well, okay, when it comes to shit on the federal level, I don't put much count in the vote, especially when it comes to voting for candidates. That's just a matter of which fucking oppressor would you prefer to have. But when it comes to local statutes, that's
mhm,
where your vote actually can still make a fucking difference. Anywhere from millages for improving, the tax funding to go to your local schools, to things like passing, medical marijuana or full decriminalization for marijuana type bills. That's the only place really anymore that your vote actually does fucking mean something, and that right there was the leverage of there was so many fucking people coming out, even of all ages.
mhm.
Like my parents are pushing 70; they're boomers. They voted
Mhm.
yes for marijuana in Michigan. They're Republicans too. They
Oh
voted
wow.
yes for marijuana because they saw the benefits
Mhm.
that it gives when it comes to, okay, like it stops seizures, it helps with back pain. I mean, one of the times that I had to go get nerve block shots in my back, they were doing these injections like right around the nerve roots,
Oh.
to try to numb them up with, like steroids. Um, and after getting that done, you can barely walk. You can't drive yourself. So I would have my mom drive me for those appointments. And one day I came back to her house to hang out for a little bit after getting that done. She just wanted to make sure that before she dropped me back off at home that I was good to go, not going to have my
Oh.
legs go numb and out from underneath me or anything. So she was like, just come hang out at my house for a bit.
Mhm.
And we get there. She goes in the kitchen to make some coffee, and I was like, all right, I'm going to step out back for a smoke.
Mhm.
And, when she came out there, she was expecting to see me smoking a cigarette. No, I was smoking a fucking bowl because my back hurt.
Mhm.
And she's like, fuck, you're smoking weed at my house. And I'm like, yeah, yeah, because this helps. And,
Mhm.
we sat there and drank our coffee. And while we did so, I finished smoking my bowl and told her about how cannabinoids affect the acetylcholine pathway and help with like the muscle spasms I was having from getting them big ass fucking needles shoved in my back. things like that, and how it helps with, even calming down nerve pain, the whole 9 yards. And excuse me, by the time I stood back up, I could actually stand up straight. I hadn't been able to stand up straight when we were leaving the doctor's office. I got the injections done at. I'd been stuck kind of bent forward because it hurt so fucking bad. And her jaw hit the fucking floor. She was like, wait a minute, it's only been like 10-15 minutes. How are you standing up straight already? And I held my bowl up and like, Mary Jane, like, this is fucking medicine, and this is why you need to vote yes on this next month. It completely changed her perception of what marijuana was. She didn't know. She wasn't a fucking pothead, even though she grew up in hippie days. She was very straight-laced, and good girl, and didn't fuck around like that. She barely would even drink. One wine cooler, my mom's blitzed. So, it was never her thing, So she didn't know. But just seeing that change in a few minutes of me going from being in so much pain that I'm bent over to being able to stand up straight, changed her whole fucking perception, her whole perspective. And she went and talked to my dad and was like, hey, you two need to vote yes on this. Do you know how much this helps our daughter?
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
And
so they both, it's things like that, of having those real conversations and being able to show people the evidence of, no, this plant is medicine. That really does change minds. They looked at it as, even though it's never gonna, serve them any legal purpose because they don't smoke, they still saw that this was a need for, people to not get jailed for a medicine that actually helps.
Yeah. All of that. Yeah.
More people
It
could
does
have that
help.
fucking epiphany.
I mean, fuck, we should have people protesting for universal health care. I mean, is that what it's gonna fucking
we
take?
Really should.
I'm a little butthurt this week. Right?
Right.
So, like,
we've been screaming for it for years.
Right, and it helps on so many levels. But, like, so earlier this month, I lost my job. Fucked up. Immediately received termination as a consequence instead of being written up. Whatever, find the door shut. I got my COBRA letter, and I was like, oh shit, I gotta apply for insurance or whatever, right? Go through all the paperwork. Denied.
What?
They're like, here's the options that are available to you. No, not for COBRA. I was trying to apply for, like, MNsure or ACA.
Oh, okay.
And they're like, oh, it'll be like $500. And I'm like, what, are you fucking kidding me? Did you not read my application? Like, I don't have a job right now.
$500 to get insurance?
Or, like, that would be my monthly
Or
pay.
you're, oh, God.
And I was like,
right. Did
That's
they
a whole
forget the
studio
first word in
apartment.
ACA is affordable?
yeah, exactly.
What the fuck is affordable about that?
Nothing.
$500 a month.
I was like, are you fucking serious? Well, I have a pre-existing condition. I have this, like, barge of blood clotting disorders. I have a genetic fucking mutation.
Oh, honey.
It's okay. But, like, I have to go have blood work all the time, and I constantly have to have my meds adjusted, and if I get cut or get in an accident, it's like, we gotta cauterize that shit now.
Okay.
So now I gotta gamble for the next 3 months of, like, don't get hurt, you just filled your meds, make sure to ration so you can make it to September, because insurance is too expensive for you to buy out of pocket.
Yeah.
It's fucking ridiculous.
It is.
And it's a thing, like, with not having a job right now, you should be able to basically go file for, like, the Medicaid or Medicare, whatever it is that would apply there. And you're like, yes, I have zero income right now. I need this to cover me until I can get another job lined up. But they would probably look at you and be like, your husband makes too much money.
That
Even
part. Yeah.
Right.
It's one of those things where you're in that fucking bubble in the middle where you make too much to qualify for the free insurance, but you don't make enough to pay the fucking premium for the fucking ACA even. What? I know so many people who are in that fucking bubble of getting fucked by this. It's unreal.
It is, because like even for our taxes, and this is super oversharing, but I know Zach doesn't give a shit. Like we file married but separate because it protects both of us. Like it protects our tax returns in case he's fallen behind on child support. But he's fine now, but he wasn't when we first got married. So it was like to make sure we could save what little tax return we got by protecting that asset. But then like, yeah, it's nuts.
That is so crazy. Yeah. My boyfriend works and he, he has to like he wants to get, certain like blood work done or different things and he's just like not doing it because, the insurance is just insane. Like how much you would have to pay for surgery, how much you'd have to pay for the treatment, and just going down that road and ugh, it's all insane.
But that's just it. Like you shouldn't have to make those kind of choices. Like most people don't choose. Like you don't choose to have CPSD. You don't choose to have a factor V Leiden mutation. Like these things happen. But like no one cares about the like I don't
It's like when I was I used to be an ESO instructor and like I remember one day my class we got into a discussion about, the healthcare system. And honestly, it was kind of the first time I really, understood just how awful ours is because like everybody was like, teacher, we just go to, and I taught adults and they were just telling me about their lives. Like, we just go to the doctor if we're sick. We just go, like, if I get something wrong, I can go to the clinic or whatever. And it wasn't even a discussion about like insurance and all the stuff that, the fees and the paperwork and the application. They were just like making it sound like you could just go somewhere and get help and that's that. And like I took them to see the movie Michael Moore. Say what? I didn't hear you.
They didn't realize it was a privilege.
Yeah.
You can register with them. That literally is a privilege to be able to just go to the doctor whenever the fuck you need.
Yeah.
That's all.
And I took them to the Michael Moore from Flint, Michigan, too, right? I took them to the movie Sicko. Wait, say what? I'm sorry.
He's from the suburbs. He's from Davison, technically, but
okay. Okay.
Sorry. Check that one.
But yeah,
you were saying I'm Sicko.
No, it's okay. Yeah, they I took them to see Sicko because it was out at that time, and like whoever wanted to go to the movie, it was a small class, and some toward the end of the movie, I remember somebody like. I think he took people to Cuba, or they were like they traveled to Cuba to get healthcare, and he documented like people from the US getting healthcare in Cuba. And I just, it blew my mind. I don't know where to begin to understand. I remember when I was working and I did want mental health care, like that was an extra fee, like on my insurance, like just everything. That it wasn't considered, like you can't say that I need a mental health day. You can't, like I'm whatever, like you just have to be at work or whatever. And so like in a way, like having gone through, homelessness and stuff like that was, and I heard other people say it too, when, I was going through that particular situation, they were like, this is the first time that I'm being able to get stuff worked on. This is the first time I'm being able to get attention for, stuff that, I've been needing to, deal with, because you now have Medicare and or Medicaid or whatever, and you got maybe your disability fund, coming in or whatever. And so you have like a little bit to work with. At that point you qualify for a bus card. At that point, you qualify for food stamps. At that point you qualify for a couple of things here and there. And it's not like it's a whole lot, but it's now that your situation is so dire, now those little things that you got, are keeping you afloat in your situation. But I mean, it's just a weird. I just don't know ever to say other than it's just like it's all so friggin' weird. Like that was the first time that I was able to get like, go to the dentist on a semi-regular basis.
Oh my
Um,
gosh.
Shit like that, like stuff that I would have definitely put off or never really thought of going to a doctor or trying to even deal with. Like I could actually do that. So it's yeah. I'm being rewarded for having, fallen below the poverty line, basically, if that
Can I,
makes any sense.
can I ask you a personal question? You could totally tell me to fuck off. But like, as a woman, because this is something I've struggled with. I mean, not in the same capacity that you have, but like, as a childless woman, when you were homeless, like, seeing that all these other people who have kids can get way more than you because you didn't have that extra need. You know what I mean? Even though you still have the need, you're still a human being.
I mean,
But I felt like, you get more when you have a kid. Like when I was filling out the unemployment stuff and the insurance stuff, it was like, if I had said I had a kid, it would have been a yes.
Oh my God. A woman,
But-
she was filling out the application and she was like, okay, so, how old are your kids? She literally stopped
She
filling out the
assumed that
application.
you had kids.
Say what?
She assumed you had kids.
No,
How did you not,
I mean,
New
she's-
Jersey
yeah, she's
housewife
from-
that desk.
I don't remember what state I was in because, like,
Jesus.
I've been, but she assumed she was like, well, of course, yeah, that's one thing. A lot of people assume that I have kids, but in this issue, it was like she was filling out the application and she assumed that I had kids at that point because why would I be applying for? I think it was some sort of food stamps or some little thing that I was trying to get. I can't even remember what state I was in or where I was at, but I just remember this. And she just sort of stopped writing and just sort of like, kind of had to, sadly, let me know that I wasn't going to qualify for any of this. Like I'd come to the office to get some sort of, assist benefit. But yeah, like, I'm sorry I cut you off, but
I was just
like,
curious, like, did you find more struggle with that? And it sounds
Yes.
like you definitely had.
absolutely,
I figured
yeah.
so because that's such a common question as a woman. Like, how many kids do you have? It's like, stop assuming I have kids.
You're saying like the issue of like people assuming that you have kids or the issue of being like kind of
In a struggle situation,
In a
but
struggle
because
situation.
you don't
Yeah, both,
have
yeah.
kids, you don't get help.
Yeah, that's one of those things that's definitely a really huge, that's what really changed a lot of I mean, where do I begin? Like a lot of the stuff that happened after, because I told you that like 2009, they played that, fraudulent situation at the apartment I was living in and, wouldn't take my rent check. And so um after a certain point, having, lived at, with different people or just, eventually living in my car or whatever, um, when I would be in a certain situation where other people had kids and I didn't, I was kind of like automatically held to a much higher standard. And it wasn't like, it's as if like not having kids means that you have, an abundance of, I mean, you probably have more free time or more, you can do whatever you want in a certain way, but like it automatically meant that like I don't need as much help or I don't need as much support or I don't need any support or I need to be more understanding of people who had kids in that situation. Because one of the things that has definitely happened more than once, and we've seen where somebody will have, oh, okay, well, I need to get a couple of bucks because, I need baby formula. I need to, I need to get, I need to get something for my baby. My baby's crying, or I got my kids. I gotta feed these kids. And, of course, like generally people are not gonna think twice about like, giving somebody, the money or the assistance, whether it's a person, another, regular citizen, giving you money or whatever, versus, um, the government giving you, assistance. Like, for example, there was I had a certain amount of food stamp money that came in because of COVID. It was like an emergency, and they, gave it to me, and they took it away like after maybe a certain amount of months. I can't remember like all the numbers right now, but like, and they took it away because since I didn't have kids, I couldn't continue to get that one. Or um I've stayed at shelters where, it was only for people who, did have kids. And if you went to a shelter that had kids, it was like there was more effort to make sure the place was clean, to make sure the place was livable and stuff like that. If you went to a shelter, and it was just, I mean, it was more like I've never been to jail, but it was, looked like it could have, looked and smelled like it really could have been jail like.
Right.
So yeah, all across the board, it's just considered that, you know, yeah, there's no reason to help me because I don't have kids is sort of like the underlying phenomenon.
That's what I figured, but then you would think at the same time, wouldn't the urgency be more severe because there are limited resources for people who don't have children, and like someone who is single and unmarried, like it's not like they have a partner for sure that they can call up and be like, "Hey, can you help me?" Like, and even when you are married, like shit, people like they always factor gross income for everything, and the fact that my husband has child support for 3 kids is not like I'm not allowed to bring that up. They're like, well, it's not an issue. I'm like, but it is an issue because this is getting me a no, not a yes right now. So, like, don't
Right.
put it.
Yeah, yeah.
Why
I
after that,
mean, yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
in Michigan, they at least have, changed some of those limitations. Like the first time I became homeless and was like living out of my car, I was in college, and that got to be a real fucking struggle of the juggle trying to maintain, getting to classes every day and being able to get all my homework and all that shit done while being fucking homeless. I would stay at the school so I could use the Wi-Fi and work on my laptop as long as fucking possible till they were locking the buildings up at night, and
Mhm.
then have to, go find somewhere safe to fucking park and shit. But one of my friends was like, "Hey, why don't you go and apply for some assistance that'll at least help with some things?" And when I went to the HHS to apply for like food stamps, healthcare, all that stuff, they do it all in one with one application.
Mhm.
Um, they basically told me that because I didn't have kids, the only thing I could get was the food stamps. I wasn't going to get health care, any fucking thing like that.
Mhm.
Luckily, the clinic that I went to for my birth control was like, hey, we've got this separate program that, you know, you can sign up for this and it'll cover all of your birth control and stuff, even though you don't have full medical. And so that's all I had to work with for quite a while because I was past the age of 25 where I couldn't be covered on my dad's insurance anymore, even though I was in college. They only covered me up till I was 25. So there was a
Mhm.
gap there of a couple of years before they actually changed that program and took what had been just covering basics like, cancer screenings and birth control and
Mhm.
expanded that program to, actually be, they called it My Health. To cover other basics of, getting to go to a family fucking doctor. And another couple of years after that, they added dental and then eventually optical to it, where now it's just been rolled in where it's part of the Medicaid program. But until they made those changes, it was not open to people who did not have kids. Simply because I did not have kids, I couldn't get that right off the bat when I became homeless. I could only get the fucking food stamps. So, when they finally opened the medical up to people who didn't have kids, I was like, thank fucking goodness, I can actually go to the doctor if I need to. You know,
Mhm.
like, that was not fucking easy. Of a couple years of, well, I hope you don't hurt yourself or get seriously fucking sick. Good luck.
Ugh.
You
And
know,
Yeah.
that's just it. You shouldn't be expecting people to make these kind of gambles in the first place. Just
right?
like because if you had universal health care, employers wouldn't have to provide it to you to use it as an incentive. People might be more inclined to take a shittier job because they're like, okay, well, the baseline's met, and
Mhm.
this is a means to an end. This is just supplement now. So, like,
Well,
Mhm.
I
it's
mean,
fine.
that's part of what they're actually counting on and making use of to their advantage, taking advantage of it, because they know that if your fucking employment is tied to your health insurance, that's a way to get people to tolerate continuing to work for abusive employers.
Yep.
It decreases mobility in the employment vicinity, so they like that. For us, it's like, no, this is in the negative column, and they're like, but it's such a plus for us.
Mhm.
Right, but then, like, at the same time, these insurances are so shitty. I mean, my mom's work just changed her insurance. She used to pay $25 to go see the doctor. Now she has to pay 40 every time she goes, and she's starting new medications, and she's really scared. Like, hey, she called me today to ask if I'd ever use GoodRx or whatever to get my meds because she thought it might save her money because she's scared to go pick up her stuff. And it's like, this shouldn't even be a factor. Like, people don't take preventative measures anymore because it's too costly, and everybody waits until, like, hey, I have this throbbing, pulsating pain in my chest, or
Mhm.
I have this black, oozing wound on my body. Maybe I should go to the doctor finally because it's to the point of, like, I can't bear it anymore.
Oh, yeah. It's I think a lot of the, ideas about like learning how to administer, to one another or to yourself, like basic, first aid, different kinds of um either I mean, I don't know where to begin, but just anything that like keeps you from having to go to a doctor or keeps you from having to pay so much, like the knowledge of like zen with chemistry and just understanding so many things. Like I feel like there's going to be so many people who are going to actualize that as an option, for those in the know, like, hey, I have a friend who knows how to do something. Like, it's almost like when you're watching, um some TV show where the gangster or mobster or whatever has their own doctor to go to, because I mean, if they get shot, they can't go to like the hospital because they'll ask too many questions, type of thing. So it's like, you have a friend that like can actually, do surgery. Like that is the level of stuff that it's almost to the point of where um I don't know, I feel like for my survival, with the stuff I've been through and just like, where, I'll come through and how to just continue going forward, I've had to like replace whatever I didn't have with something else. So I didn't have like we were talking about connections, like, hey, okay, get on Facebook and just start, going yak 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 until you make friends. That's how you do that. You don't have access to, the plant. Well, I mean, I think my gabapentin and just the propranolol, somebody could tell me like, hey, you're tanking your liver and this is a bad idea and all that type of stuff. And I'm just sort of like, well, I don't drink, I don't smoke, and I don't necessarily have access to something that's going to help. So I need to do what I need to do. Combine that with, a nice hot bath where, I can like soak and then stretch and then pop everything and crunch everything and whatever else I have to do to figure out how to get through. Not and I do have health insurance or whatever, but even then, like my issue that I'm having is because I'm a Medicaid patient, um and a mental patient, when I interact with the medical community or whatever, they're already sort of looking at me like, okay, well, half of what she's saying is, all in her head. We just have to figure out what half. Like that's how I ended up with, the blood clot that led to a hysterectomy is because, the times when I went to the emergency room and was talking about different stuff going on, they looked at the fact that I'm a mental patient, I go to therapy and counted that against me. So, just so you know that I'm not on easy street with, my perfectly free healthcare or whatever. Like,
That's terrible, though.
Either. Like, I've had prescribers try to give me meds, psych meds for muscle spasms. And I'm that motherfucker that looks everything up. So, when this script first got filled, first thing I did was look it up and go, what is this? And I went, wait a fucking minute. And went back to my doctor, like, excuse me, this is a depression drug. I'm not depressed, I'm in pain. There's a difference. I need something that will actually address the muscle spasms. This isn't in my fucking head. You can, like touch my neck and shoulders or my lower back where the damage is at and literally feel that the muscles are knotted the fuck up. My physical therapist is having trouble cranking the knots out of me during, like the massage therapy, even after being on moist heat packs. This isn't in my fucking head. Give me a muscle relaxer.
It's such
like,
gosh,
it's frustrating.
they're not.
They want to tell you what your problem is instead of listening to you.
It's yeah, it's God, it's so screwed up. Like it seems like it would seem like a no brainer, but I honestly believe that their training is so that I don't know how to say this, but like so that they're ineffective in a way, or so that they buy into some sort of philosophy about how to treat patients that I guess keeps you sick so that you can keep coming back. I don't know. Like I don't pretend to know, what's behind, door number 3 or whatever, but yeah, it just seems like they're all trained to do that. Like I think I told you about the time that like I had one doctor who so I'm bilingual and I like languages and I probably speak a little bit of a lot of different languages just to say at least to say hi or make conversation. And I had a doctor who I mean, she just happened to be Japanese. Like obviously I don't have anything against anybody, but she kept telling me that I was anxious when I was asking for this is about the time when, that blood clot shit was happening. And she kept telling me I was anxious when I was asking for like a referral to a cardiologist. And she, and I was on the phone with, and I just said, "Shitsureshimasu," and hung up, which means excuse me politely. And I couldn't think of anything to say. It's sort of like I just have to like figure out on how to shake people out of their, you know, coma of whatever it is that they're thinking. And she called me back and she was like, "Oh, you speak Japanese?" And I was like, "Hi." She was like, "How do how do you speak Japanese? How do you end up speaking Japanese?" I was like, watashi ga sensei desu. And she's like, "Oh, you're a Japanese teacher." I was like, "Yeah, English, no." And she's like, "Oh, you're an English teacher." I was like, "Hi." And then she gave me the fucking referral. Like I had to actually fucking like figure out how to, get her. I mean, that's probably, one of the things that I with this, psychology stuff and all this stuff that I focus on, part of it really is to sort of like pierce through that, ignorance of the people that I have to deal with a lot of the time when it comes to stuff like that. Like if the door between me getting, help or something is somebody who is obviously programmed by their training or the system or something to, not believe what I'm saying or to not take what I'm saying seriously or to, reinterpret what they think I meant, and I have to go through a ton of that. Like blowing up and just, going off on a person is going to make it work because then I'll just feed into, the stereotype or one of several stereotypes that they have about me when they first encountered me, and when they first decided that they couldn't believe anything I said anyway. So it's, it's always, crazy shit like that. Like,
I
yeah,
feel,
I've had the worst with doctors. I have like way too many doctor stories. My God.
like that's just nuts to me though, because like when you have a blood clot, part of the symptoms are like this elevated heart rate, and it's really fucking scary because you can be like laying down in bed for like a really long time and your heart's still like this, and like the fact that
Huh?
someone wouldn't fucking believe you,
Dude, when I
even
went to
though they
the
could do an EKG and they could see it, it's there. Like that should be red flags.
the very first thing that
Sorry, I
would
just
happen a lot of times, like, yeah, like that's kind of the thing where, being a Medicaid patient, on the one hand, it's sort of like, okay, virtually free. On the other hand, it sometimes ends up being a you get what you pay for situation. And it's hard to, like, I know that people who work and people who do have kids and people who do have, like, other stuff going on have a different experience, and they have their own, struggles, with the system. But this particular one, it's sort of like, on paper, it's considered to be, that, okay, well, you would say, okay, well, your problems are being answered. You have, a therapist or a doctor or whatever. And then there's like, the part where, um I was, in Chicago. I was living in this place called Thresholds. I don't know. I've probably told you this before, and I can't even remember if I've told you, because like my anger keeps me from remembering if I told you. But I was living at this place, and I started having spells where I would pass out and not completely lose consciousness, but like I couldn't move, and like I'd fall out and they were like fainting, but I was still able to hear, and I was still somewhat understanding what was happening, but the nerves were just like, okay, kaput. Like, because it started off with like a couple of times I'd fallen. Like, now I'm a lifelong, like, I've ridden the train and the bus, since I was a kid. So there's no way I'm sitting on a train and it bumps and I fall. That can't happen. You already, you grow up riding the train and from high school. So I noticed, like, obviously I fell, and that's like, you know, and then I fell once getting off of a bus where I felt like my leg just gave way, and I fell like flat on my face. And then, starting to have more of the, nervous, passing out or whatever, fainting, not fainting, excuse me, syncope, that's the word. So I finally got diagnosed with syncope, and somebody gave me a word for it. I'm like, okay, there's a word for it, stress-induced syncope. I can look this up. I can understand it better. And like I said about, like, doctoring on the self, like, I'm probably reading and trying to understand more about what's going on in my body so I can figure out how to, care for it directly sometimes, because I just don't, I don't get the care that I need. And at this place, I was always passing out, and I was always having, stress attacks like that. And I ended up one time where the ambulance was called, and because the place where I was living at, they just assumed that everybody there were addicts, and a lot of people were, but they assumed it was like, you're just an addict and you're just getting a check type of, situation, which is, they're not really giving you the mental health care that you need or whatever. And I was in the ambulance, and they locked me in the ambulance, and called the cops, because they figured, okay, well, we're going to get you on the drug situation, because, they carried a limp body out of this building. So their perception told them that they had an addict who, was probably like doing something heavy or whatever. Like, I'm so not, I've never done anything, so I don't even know which thing that they thought I was doing, and I could hear them. And when I came to and I pulled the IV out, and I could hear them, and I told them, what I heard them saying, they locked the ambulance, and I was like, trying to open the ambulance, and they were like, okay, you can open it. And then they kept locking it. And I was like, could you please let me out of here? So they called the cops, and the whole area, there was like, for little old me, there was like 5 police officers and stuff like that. And they were, And then when I came to and I'm talking, since this is the reason why this whole sort of like, I mean, I envy people who can actually go and tell somebody, to go fuck the fuck off because I mean, I don't really have that as, part of my repertoire because what I usually have to do is stay calm enough to explain myself for the umpteenth time or whatever, whether it takes months or years, there's nothing much I can do other than what I'm doing. And they just, smoothed it over, the paramedics that, had locked me in, they just, scooted away and, nothing was done. And I had that happen in Chicago before moving here. And because that was the last place that I moved that before living where I live now. And I went to the emergency room at different points for this. It's in my record. The therapist that I ended up getting when I finally did get a therapist after waiting on the healthcare situation, nobody had gotten my records. So I kept trying to explain to them that I have a severe, stress situation, but, they didn't believe me. And then they caused it again. So, that's how I ended up with so basically that's kind of like, it's not enough to have like a healthcare, access or something like that. Like if the people are being trained in such a way, and I'm not like trying to let them off the hook that the way that they're trained is, oh, it's not their fault type of thing, but the emphasis that I imagine that they're getting is something that says that, okay, here's the statistics, these people are like this, this is how you handle these people type of attitude, like that, and back to the not having a kid thing, it's kind of like if I ever, when I would talk to people about these different things, they would, instantaneously go towards, well, there's a lot of, programs and stuff in place. You should be grateful that there's programs and stuff for, women with kids and, guys going to jail. And I'm like, I don't like, do I have to go to jail do I have to have a kid in order to qualify for, some of these illustrious benefits, you know?
Right. It's literally being punitive of, not breeding. Like, how dare you not fucking produce more people?
Yeah.
Right.
It's insulting. As if our bodies are factories too.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mhm.
Very much, that's the reason why, like, as much as like I would say, oh, okay, as a black woman, this is happening, that's happening, my eyes have been open a little bit more to like some of the little nuances of people that don't look like me, but the spirit of what's happening to them is like the same. It's like you are being, used as a, like you said, a breeder, or whether it's, your labor or your breeding or something like that. And, if you're no longer of use, because if you are of use, if you're a parent and can indoctrinate your kid, I guess, you know.
Mhm.
But if you don't have kids, then you're a useless piece of trash. And why would we ever care for a useless piece of trash? You're not doing anything. Well, what are you doing with your life? That whole thing. Oh, you don't have kids. Well, what do you do? What are you doing with your life? Well, type of attitude like that's been
It's
part of the
just
It's
culture.
literally Nazi thinking that they just don't label with Nazism anymore, even though that's literally where the fuck that comes from, is that ideal of a leader, and that if you have a fucking uterus, your job is to make babies. And if you
Yep.
can't make babies, then you're useless.
Yep. Yep.
and it's
It's
sad.
Nazi bullshit.
Yep.
Go ahead.
I just feel like too. There's like just this sense of like. I think it kind of feeds into that like stereotypically feminine too, right?
Mhm.
Like, oh, I
Mhm.
like pink and flowers, and I want to have lots and lots of babies, and I want to
Mhm.
be a wife, and all these other things. And like, sure, you can want those things, but like, all this shit reinforces like that is what feminine is. This is what masculine is, and You know, my uterus is a Teflon pan. Nothing's sticking. Even if I wanted it to. So, like, I'll just do something else. And then, like, I know it's okay. And it makes me happy. But, like, by society's standards, you know, you don't hold up. Because you don't fill the narrative.
Yep.
Right. It's like I don't owe anybody else the fucking use of my skin suit for a fucking biological imperative that I don't have. You know, if I wanted kids, I'd have kids. I don't want them.
Right.
Birth control,
Yeah.
way. You know, and I don't fucking know why this is still so pervasive at this point in time. Like, motherfuckers, would you get over it already? We've had a few generations now of women who said, fuck that. There's other things I want to do with life besides just making babies.
Mhm.
And it's like we get shit on for that when it's like either it's not what I want or it's not conducive to my life or any other number of very valid reasons. And it's like, whether, you know, health issues, it's like, how are people still coming up to motherfuckers? They want to ask, like, why don't you have kids? None of your fucking business. I don't know why people think it's their business about whether anybody else is reproduced or not. Why is that
Right.
just a fucking expectation? Men don't get that shit of, like, why don't you have kids when you're 40? Why
Devil's
do
advocate.
we?
Devil's advocate. I think that like part
Go
of
for it.
the cultural indoctrination. If you think back, maybe let's think 1950s or something like that. What would they have thought about a guy who wasn't married? They would have thought that he was gay, right? And then so in order
Right.
to like either probably fit in or not be thought of, because at that time obviously they would have been more less tolerant, and the guy would have had to be married. And then so it's sort of like with a woman not having kids, I don't know if it's like they would have thought that she was gay, or if they would have just thought that she was,
Spinster.
say what.
Spinster.
That's it. Yeah, yeah,
Mhm.
yeah, that whole stuff. Yeah, and so that
And,
carries on.
well, I mean,
Right.
okay, even for a comparison of at that time, even if it's a straight couple who is married and trying to have kids and can't, even at that point in time, they weren't like telling the men that, like, oh, this is your fault or something. They were telling women it was their fault.
Mhm.
The science was explored in like the 50s and 60s with like skin teeth, for example, and others, like actually finding out how things work and, whatnot. But I mean, even though they were aware that either gender could have a fertility issue, the mental stigma was still
Mhm.
there from even decades prior when the discovery of, uh, a egg getting inseminated, and showing that it actually is, two fucking gametes from each person
Mhm.
coming together to actually, start growing. Even though they had discovered that long before, they hadn't let go of that fucked frame of mind of always putting that responsibility more on women,
Mhm.
as far as the social stigma. We do have less when it comes to that vicinity now, or at least people seem to be more understanding about if it's an infertility issue, regardless of who it's with. But, there's still, even, you shouldn't have to justify that to somebody getting up in your fucking business and asking you why you don't have kids. It's none of their fucking business. You shouldn't have to qualify it with, well, I biologically can't, you
Yeah,
know.
yeah, yeah, that part too, right?
It's just all these things are just stupid. Like shit. I get flack about getting married and knowing that I can't have kids.
Right.
It's why did you get
Like,
married?
what's the
It's not
point?
like you're gonna have kids, right? What's the point? Well, I don't know. Maybe because I fucking love him,
Right.
and we're stronger together than we are separate. Like shit, or like, why didn't you change your name? You should have taken his name. Like, Well, my last name dies with me, and I happen to be particularly fond of it, having had it for 37 years. So I don't feel very inclined to change it.
Right.
They're asking way too many questions of, yeah, I see that now. I didn't even think about that. That's a whole other thing. Cause like with the being being a woman and getting mistreated or treated certain ways in society, I have to be honest, I didn't know how much of what I was getting was because of being a woman. Um and yeah, I probably have like a whole lot to learn or a whole lot to like think through with that part is, oh boy. Yeah, we're supposed to be giving, we're supposed to be nurturing and giving and mothering and all these things to other people, at the very least, performative kinds of femininity or something like that, like what we were talking about with the hair, and that we all have like cut our hair pretty low, and how like, yeah, there would be a time when every woman would have had to like almost be required to have like longer hair or something, and then they just started like having women have short haircuts, and maybe popularizing, yeah, being popular in the 70s or some time like that, like when women would maybe want to wear their hair low, and it seemed to upset a lot of the men maybe or something. I was like, oh, you don't want to,
You
when in
really
fact, what the hell is hair? Like, what is it? It's just hair.
it still
Right.
upsets them. But yeah, I mean, like they had their first, episode of shit in their fucking pantaloons in the 20s when flappers started cutting their hair off shoulder length. Shit their
Mm.
pants again in the 60s and 70s with women starting to do stuff like mohawking our hair and, doing crazier fun styles. Today, it's not just if your hair's short, but if you even have candy colors in it and shit. Like, I mean, there's so many fucking men who feel insecure about that shit and will just attack a woman for, having brightly colored hair as if, you know, oh, I don't find that attractive. I don't fucking care what made you think I was trying to be attractive to you. You're fucking not
Right.
being attractive to me. Shut the fuck up. You know?
It's so true though. Like, I don't find that very attractive. I'm sorry, I didn't recall asking for your opinion, dickwad. Shut up.
Exactly. Right. Like, who fucking asked you? Give me my binoculars. Let me look around. Oh, wait. No fucking buddy. No fucking buddy inside asked you. Like, why do they think that everything we do with our hair or how we dress or whether we wear makeup or not and how it must somehow fucking be about them? And it's like, no, it ain't got fuck all to do with you. It's what I like to see on myself.
Yes.
And god damn it, I like my hair a lot better fucking orchid purple than I do my natural color. I dig purple. It's my favorite
Yeah.
fucking color.
I think one of the things that's probably made the whole situation worse for us is that, like, the people behind the camera, the people making, media, movies, whatever, even as far back as like painters and like, the different, you know predominantly male, of creating images, and this is what we want to see, this is what we want to look at. That's the reason why in a painting with like, um I want to say it's about the French Revolution, but like, there's the chick is. I mean, she just has to have her tit out, like in the middle of like, there's chaos and confusion. There's warfare going on. People are getting shot and killed. There's smoke and bullets and stuff like that. And she's got, I think she's got the French flag or something, and she's got, her boob hanging
Yeah,
out.
like a lay booby.
Right. Right.
You know,
Like, just to make it clear, in case you weren't sure that this is a woman on the battlefield, here's some titty.
yeah.
Right.
But
Like,
the female form is more of a, or has been more of a like symbol, and more of like, its own language, from that art time, and then like who would be the subject of a drawing and stuff like that, and all that type of stuff. It's like we've been, the male gaze, GAZE, has been like, a main kind of like element in how we even get our information or how we even get our so-called indoctrination, I guess, is like everything that you see is just being, what is more comfortable for the man's world kind of thing.
Look at advertising. Look at Mad
Yeah.
Men. Yeah, everything getting sexualized, and here's the sex appeal of this. And hey, men, if you smoke this brand of cigarettes, hot chicks are gonna flock to you. Stupid fucking shit.
Right.
Like, I mean, it's pathetic, but it ingrains people into just getting saturated with that type of catering to the male gaze of like this will sell. Um, you know, it's fucking ridiculous. Yeah. Hi, James.
Dope.
Well, and it's like too, like if I think about even myself and like what I'm attracted to,
Right.
it very much varies.
Right.
Like I don't think I could sit and pinpoint one thing, like, yeah, that's the thing. And that's, every single person hits that mark. Like it's so much more complex than that. I mean, sure, like if you want to sit and talk aesthetically, there might be people who are like, oh, I really like brown eyes, or I really like red hair. Like, okay. But at the end of the day, it's how that person is.
Right.
Mhm.
Well, not to mention, you don't come at people sideways. Like, dude, why do you wear your beard like that instead of like this? I find this more attractive. What? Like, bitch, you asked you.
Yeah.
Right.
There are those moments of just the audacity that, I mean, fuck, is that why they have bigger pockets than we get? What? They got to carry all that audacity somewhere. Like, why do you have to verbally assault somebody because you don't like how they wear their hair or what fucking shirt they have on or whatever? Why even presume that everything must be whatever you specifically find attractive? Because you know what? Even amongst men, that's going to vary greatly.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So it's still a befuddling fucking thing to even like come across. Of like, guy, why would you think I would give you? Excuse me, stranger on the internet. Why would you think I would consider your opinion in what I'm doing?
Right, unless I am coming up to you and saying, what do you think of my look, or my new haircut, or my new outfit? Like, that obviously would be an okay time for you to drop your opinion. Otherwise,
Yeah.
like, if it's not nice, shut the fuck up.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I think I'm probably, experiencing a lot of liberation just in, like being able to, wear my hair short now and not really think too much about it. Like I was afraid at first to go out. But I mean, yeah, that expectation thing is very heavy. It's very heavy. You know.
I found it liberating too. Like, I hadn't had my hair short since I was like 7 or 8. At that point in time, I had cut it off in like the angled bob with it shaved underneath in the back, and we're talking 1989, so bangs like this.
Yeah.
Or you're like this, and going off to the side into the curls.
With the hairspray.
Lots of Aquanet, lots. And,
Yes.
for the
Yep.
whole rest of my life until about a year ago almost, I had my hair long, like the shortest it had been like just past my shoulders, with it layered where it would, get the voluminous, what my hairdresser called the sex kitten curls. That was the shortest. Like before I cut my hair off last summer, it was down to my waist, and I'd had locks for 10 years. So for one, it was literally fucking heavy. It felt like I had a blanket on my head. It's hot and fucking humid in Michigan in summertime, and it was like high 90s, and I was like, I can't take the heat no more. And had my brother mohawk it for me, and then just, like combed out what was left of the locks up top and ended up cutting it, in an angled bob again. And I was like, oh, this is kind of cool. I haven't done this since third grade, But all that did was liberate me even more to go, you know what? Maybe I'd like to try something even fucking shorter, and started looking through pictures of haircuts and found one of like this where like the pixie meets the mohawk, and was like, ooh, that's what I'm doing next. And when I finally did that beginning of April, again, felt liberating as fuck. That and I was like, yes, I can actually feel the fucking breeze on my skin. Like it's too fucking hot to wear long hair, man. As much as I love it, as much as I miss my locks, I am really loving having short hair, short as fuck. I've never had my hair this short before in my life, but I love it.
Yeah, this is nice.
It's like a power move, though. Like you're taking the power away, and like you're making your own form of beautiful,
Great.
and seizing it for yourself, and you're appeasing you, which really is the most important person at the end of the day, because it's the person you deal with all the time.
Great.
So like you have to be able to look in the mirror and be like, yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
That. And now
That's
I can
very
do
much
that,
needed.
whether it's just down and curly like it is right now, or whether I fucking put that shit straight up in the mohawk. And, it's fun. I can play with it. There's all kinds of shit I can do with this.
Yeah.
Right?
Mhm.
I have major curl envy. Like,
Oh yeah. How long is it? How long is it in the back for you? And
just about 2.5 inches, maybe. So like when I use like the fiber cream and the hairspray to actually put it out in the mohawk, it does like stick out nicely in the back. It curls into it. It's kind of fun. It's like just long enough to curl back there.
oh, I see.
Does these little dippy doos into going out. It kind of looks like if a 1950s greaser got a fucking mohawk.
that's
like
awesome, though.
bouffant of curls going
Yeah.
back. Yeah, it's fun.
Yeah. And Amanda, what do you have it long too, or is it short? You have an undercut, right?
And I'll take my headphones off because it shows it better.
I
And then I was
okay.
like,
it's so cute.
shaved up the back.
Hell yeah.
I
Okay.
feel like it gives me lots of volume. The
Okay.
headphones smash it down, and it makes me kind of sad. I love it. Like, see? Curl
Yeah.
envy.
This is where it's at. I don't think I'm going back. But I mean, I used to wear wigs. I've done like pretty much everything with my hair. I had braids, perm, dreads, wig, jerry curl. Yeah, I think I've had afro before. But
I think too, it like opens up your face more, and like,
Right.
I don't know, there's something about having short hair, like, makes your face more exciting and makes you want to like get a little more funky.
Yeah, I feel like that too. I feel like that it's like, because like with the hair, you always are like if you have longer hair, you're kind of like always kind of working your hair a little bit. Like you're like, and then if you don't have hair, you kind of have to like you not have to, but your expression may come along a little differently. Because I feel like naked, so then I'm more here. I'm more present because I don't, I can't just do this, or something.
Right, like if people hide behind their hair.
Yeah.
And like, it's, yeah.
The one thing about having short hair is if you're having a day like that, you can always throw a wig on.
See, I feel like that's too much work for me. I'd be like, forget it. Just take me like I am. I don't have time for this.
Yeah.
I don't know, with my hair being as thick as it is, like I've never been able to really like have fun with wigs because I could never fit them on my fucking head. But I might be able to now with half of it fucking shaved off. So
Yeah.
that's
Used to wear
fun.
wigs sometimes too.
What's that?
Used to wear wigs sometimes too.
I've tried. They didn't work very well because when my hair's this thick and like even before I locked it up, just with how long it was, I couldn't exactly like braid it down tight enough where I could even get a wig to go on right. So it was more of like I had a bright orange, like PC short layered wig. I could wear that for Halloween or something when you didn't expect, to have the shit actually look, tight as fuck or something, like with just rocking it, It definitely didn't look right. So I don't know. Maybe with it this short, I could actually have some fun with some wigs. I don't know. But
Yeah.
honestly, I'm kind of tempted to go even shorter. There was some pictures that I was looking through of shorter styles that are still for curly hair, where it's like just enough length to it where you can have the PC curls to play with around, like, you know,
Mm-hmm.
around like the face framing area.
Hey.
But it would be like about as short as yours is on the sides and stuff, just a little bit more length to play with up top. That I think would look really cute. I don't know. I might do that next.
Ooh, okay.
Nice.
Yeah. I like to see that. Yeah, I think I might do something different too. I'm just gonna keep letting it grow, but as it shapes, I might like either. I've been wanting to change the color. Like I've never really done color before, so everybody
Oh,
has colorful hair, so I want colorful hair. I guess.
it's so fun. I like. That's one thing I miss. But like, I've worked really hard on not coloring my hair for like 2 years because I wanted to see what color my hair really fucking was because I hadn't seen it since I was in like middle
Oh
school.
wow.
And I have this like really pretty gray coming in, so I know I'm gonna like salt and pepper tiger strike, so I'm
Hell
embracing it.
Oh,
Natural
gotcha.
highlights.
Hmm.
You can get candy colors and put them through your hair, and it'll just take and like dye the silver streaks. And
Right?
yeah, that shit's fun. That's what I did with my mom's hair. She's got salt and pepper hair, and she was like, "Do I
Aw.
look good?" And I'm like, "No, you don't. That's what women are paying a lot of money to get to right now is them silver streaks. But if you
Hmm.
want to have fun with it, those are perfect for candy colors." She had me do her hair purple before I left Michigan, and she
Oh.
loving it. Like, hell yeah. It just all of her silver highlights
Yeah.
turned vivid, beautiful, like royal purple. It was so pretty. And, just
Oh.
complemented, the rest of her hair so beautifully. And I was like, oh
I
yeah.
love that.
More of my hair would go great for that factor. I still have to bleach my hair out some to get it to take enough purple to really see it. But I'm like, come on, hair, turn gray. Turn gray.
Yeah. It's such a journey, but like it changes the texture too. Like that's something I've had to like adjust to is like not using product so much anymore because I have natural oil and I just need to let it do its job.
Mm.
But like
Right.
it's thicker, it's much coarser, the silver hairs.
Hmm.
Yep.
I think
Don't
I've
be
got a
surprised
couple
if
planned.
you grow one.
Yeah.
But I'm pumped. The guy that cut my hair is like, please let me cut your hair again, and also don't you dare start dyeing it. I'm gonna be really sad. I was like, don't worry, I'm not going to. Even though sometimes.
People are spending so much money to get them silver streaks put in their hair, like
Well,
rock
yeah,
'em.
that's just it. He's like, my natural hair color is really, really ashy. It's like a really, really dark brown. Zach's like, it's black. I'm like, no, it's not quite black, but it's close.
Really
He's like,
close,
people pay good money for that.
right?
It's interesting. It's interesting. Yeah, I think I have like maybe a couple of like single, gray hairs like around here that I can see,
Mhm.
but I'm not gonna like cover them up or anything because I want people to know how old I am.
Right?
Right?
Oh,
Bragging
okay.
points.
Yeah.
Like, gotta embrace. I don't know. I'm just on this like embracing it. Like, I've recently like destroyed. Well, not destroyed. I've shifted my relationship with makeup.
Mhm.
Like, used to be one of those like I can't leave the house without it, and it's like if I don't have time, I don't have time.
Right.
Mm.
It's one of those things of getting comfortable with yourself,
Mm-hmm. So the skincare routine I can't skimp on.
Right?
Mhm.
Same. But when it comes to makeup, it's if I feel like it. If I don't, I don't. Oh well, not gonna worry about it.
Yeah.
I think I'm
But
still addicted to makeup. Like, because I probably feel a little shy like going out if I don't, if I didn't have makeup and like jewelry, makeup. Oh, I'm such an old lady. Makeup, jewelry, nails done. I want my nail. I do my own nails like with have the little thing to paint it, and then like with the little,
Mailer.
you know what I'm trying to say. Yeah.
Cute.
Art, yeah.
So I do that, but
Yeah.
just my thing, I guess.
Hey, but I mean, everybody's got one, right? Like, everybody's got. Like, I wish I were better with lipstick. I am terrified of lipstick. I was like, I can do one color and that's it, and we don't deviate. So, like, a special occasion, I'll wear, like, a red lipstick with blue undertones because I know it doesn't look weird. But to go outside of that circle is scary.
Did you get one of those apps where you could, like, change your
makeup? Like, try it on.
Just try it out, like,
Like, sometimes, I don't know, like, I see, like, the bright pinks and stuff, and I think it's really cute, and then I see it, and I was like, I was born in the 80s, and I recall this being a thing from the 80s, and I don't know if I want to bring that back.
Oh my gosh, yeah. I love makeup, like, I think I've done, like, some of everything, but, like, I wouldn't want to go outside only because it'd probably look, like, really, crazy, but sometimes I'll, like, play around and do like some sort of severe thing.
That's
and just
cool.
Take a picture of it and take it.
That's awesome. See, I would totally be into that because like I like seeing what other people can do.
Yeah.
I am like a one-trick pony. I will just shift the color of eyeshadow and add a lipstick if it's fancy. That is the only like difference between like a wedding look and an everyday.
There's like so many YouTubers that I forget what it's called. Well, they even have like a little abbreviation for it, like "Get Ready with Me" or something, where they show they're doing their routine and they're like talking. So it could be like they're doing makeup and face, giving themselves a facial, doing makeup while talking about a topic or whatever. And like those are pretty interesting. There's one Bailey Sarian. She talks about
I watch her
crazy
videos.
crime stuff. You like her?
Yes.
And dude, I've learned some cool fucking tricks doing makeup from her. Especially when it comes to contouring that, actually works with, different face shapes and stuff. Like she will use different types of contouring to show you different stuff to play with for, I love it. And she's always talking about really fucking interesting cases that are like, wait, what happened? What? know? Like,
you watch the true crime stuff sometimes, or you into that? Yeah. Like that stuff is fascinating. I'm like, whoa.
Right.
Just
what the fuck goes through these people's heads? Sorry, I just get really excited. We should talk about murders some night. That should be one of our... No, really. Like,
really should.
What gets people to this like spot where they can go through with it? Because I can't fathom ever being in a mental state where like, yeah, I'm gonna do a really horrible thing. Like I might think it, but when it came down to it, I'd be like, oh my god, there's consequences for my actions. Like, I can't.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that crap. Oh my god. Please,
like
can we?
For me, it's like the psychology angle, of course.
Right. I mean, hell, in every one of these crazy ass fucking cases, there's definitely some psychology to analyze as far as what the fuck was this person thinking? Why did they do this? And so, dude, we should actually look up some like interesting but not well known cases to be able to,
Please? Oh, please?
I am down. I love that shit.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard about the fucked up shit that happens to people after they're struck by lightning?
No.
There's like a whole...
No.
It's like a whole thing. Like, these people have like a fucking personality shift. It's like they go through a hard reset. Most of them fall into like a really major, severe depression afterwards. It's batshit. But apparently it's a thing. I need to find more data. But, we're going there. Let's get into some
definitely making
dark shit, you guys. Oh my god.
I love it. Logical physical paths that, are taken there of getting fucking electrocuted that bad. Like, Yeah,
right?
dude, that's
But also,
That reminds me of this one case I heard about. It wasn't lightning, but the dude, he went in for surgery, and they thought that they had, completely anesthetized him and put him out and everything, but he was still like conscious, and he, could feel everything that they were doing to his body and stuff like that. And later he, self deleted or whatever. But yeah, like there's tons of crazy like oddities out there that I probably am pretty fascinated by that shit too.
right?
Oh my gosh, yeah. Amanda was like, "Let's do it."
Oh man, I'm so pumped.
I'm like,
I love this
I thought I was the
kind of
only one. Like, I thought I
Oh,
was
no.
like, by myself on my phone, like,
Right?
like all alone.
I know
You
Zach
know.
comes in and he's like, "What the fuck are you doing?" And I was like, "Reading about serial killers." It's like it's 2:00 in the morning. Don't you think you should try sleeping? Like, don't you think you should roll over and mind your own business?
right. Like I'm investigating.
Right? Oh man, it's like the shit you shouldn't be reading after 2 a.m. And I'm like, let's go. Scroll.
But you know what's crazy? Some people can watch a horror movie. Like, I can't sit and watch. Like, I can't watch a horror movie or like a real like
Yeah.
horror movie. Like,
Yeah, because
and all
jump
that kind of
scares
shit,
are
like-
cheap. It's a cheap shock. And that shit'll give me nightmares. But like, I read about Ed Gein all day.
Yeah. Now, how do I know that that's Leatherface? Like, how do I know who Ed Gein is? Like, how do I know? Oh God.
Right?
Wait, have y'all watched that show, Mindhunter? On shit, I don't know what it would be on.
I think I just found out what I'm gonna do tomorrow.
Yeah, I wish I could think of what it's on, but Mindhunter, like the word. And it's like it's pretty much, it tells you the birth of the profiling, profiling department of the FBI or whatever.
Yes!
And they actually like have some real serial killers that are, portrayed there, that the actor had to, they did real good. They did. I don't want to spoil it for you, but like I can remember,
No. You can just give me a little taste, because trust me, I'm gonna
yeah,
go find it.
I will do it.
It's on-
somebody said
it's on
Netflix. Okay, hey
Netflix.
Natalie.
Yes! Oh,
Yeah,
I'm
it's on
so
Netflix.
excited! I love this! I don't have to cancel Netflix, and oh my god!
Yeah, it's raw as hell. It's good.
Oh, I'm going in. Shit, this is gonna be amazing!
Yeah,
but-
I watch all that crazy stuff, man. Oh my god. Have y'all seen? Homicide Hunter, which is they're in Colorado Springs, and it's the guy. He's telling his cases that he's gone through. Like he's closed. Like, he's been a detective for a really long time. So that's another one. Like ID Discovery or whatever the name of that cable channel was. Like,
That one's on Hulu with Lieutenant Joe Kenda.
that's him. Yep,
Okay.
I like him.
I gotta
He's just
Google
such a
all this
badass.
shit so I can find it tomorrow.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. I'm so excited.
I'm giggling because it's sort of like I probably never would have thought in a million years I'd be like, having this conversation. So this is pretty cool.
This is the thing though. This
This
is
is
how
the
you
thing.
know this is safe space, because like that stuff is interesting. It's just how do you get to that point?
Yeah.
Like what drove you there? Like did you have a factory reset in your mental palace, or like did something really fucked up happen to you and you've decided this is your norm now? Or you got some like Norman Bates shit going on?
I watched I watched so many of those different things. Like I probably, people, that's probably, more to my weirdo factor is that I like this stuff, but I guess I've come to the right place.
And like, what's wrong with white people? It's mostly white people. And does this not freak anybody else out either? Because like, to me, this is embarrassing.
I think white people are bored and like need a challenge. That's what it looks like to me. Like, shit, come on, parachuting, rock climbing, sky jumping, base jumping, bungee jumping.
If you don't need the challenge, be the challenge.
I mean, for fuck's sake, if your way of working through your boredom is being a serial killer, we need to teach you some life skills.
Maybe next time we want to try a coloring book first. Maybe some cross stitch. if we feel a need to stab.
Oh my god.
Oh,
Yeah, all that stuff is so fascinating. It's so fascinating. Yeah.
right, Natalie, that too.
Yeah.
The
I've been
school
kind of
shooting.
wondering about that the last couple of days with that fucking shooting happening in Texas. Like, here we go. Another um young white man, you know, like
Mhm.
legally old enough to buy a gun but still fucking immature, goes on another killing spree. We had another one a couple of weeks ago. What the fuck? Like, every time I turn around, there is some fucking enraged, barely older than adolescent white male fucking going on a rampage and shooting the fuck out of people. And like, what the fuck is his drive? Why would you target a fucking elementary school? What the
Right.
fuck is going on in there?
To be
Uh, the need for power. Now I sound like an FBI profiler, but the need to feel powerful.
like,
It's sad to fucking get your rocks off feeling powerful going after a bunch of defenseless little children.
right.
I mean, it's bad enough to do that shit to fucking grown ass adults, but I mean, literally
Yeah.
little little kids who the fuck did they do? You know, even one of the girls who survived it was like, "Why did he do this to us? We didn't do anything wrong. We're good kids. Why did he come shoot up our school?" You know, like, how the fuck do you explain that to a 7-year-old,
Like,
8-year
where do
old?
you begin?
You know,
Right.
like,
Like, you're just like, some people are assholes, and we have poor gun control in this country.
right? And
Yeah.
that's the thing. Like, even as a gun owner, I am still looking at this like, why the fuck was this guy able to go buy a gun? He literally went and bought 2 rifles within, I think the news said, days of turning 18. Like, do we need to raise the age there? Because if you aren't fucking mature enough to handle it at 18, then maybe you shouldn't be able to walk into a store and fucking buy a couple of fucking high capacity rifles. You
I
know,
think
and this is
I
somebody
think that
who
when
thoroughly enjoys shooting AR-15s.
I
Been
think
there,
when
done
they
that.
go for it,
But you want to shoot
they're asked.
targets.
I'm sorry. sorry. I go yak. Go ahead. Sorry, what were you saying?
I was just saying, like, I go shoot targets, not fucking schools, you know? Like, you have to have some kind of fucking maturity and understanding of, like, the permanence of your fucking actions. And I'd put a fucking dollar to their donut that this kid probably has been playing first person shooter games for a long time and doesn't have the maturity or grasping of reality to fucking see that, okay, in real life, people don't respawn when you shoot them.
Hmm.
You have to have some fucking maturity and understanding of the permanence of your fucking actions to be a fucking responsible gun owner.
Isn't there like a something they fill out where they're asked if they have mental illness? Is that true, or did I hear that wrongly? I thought I heard something about like,
Depending where you're at.
okay.
Yeah.
And, yeah. And then it's like the solution is, let's arm the teachers. Right. Like,
No.
I can't trust these kids with the fucking scissors. How is that going to be any better if I have a gun in my desk?
Not meaning to laugh, but it's true.
No, it is
Laughing
true.
very
It
serious.
on you.
Yeah.
Even if you have it on you so they can't just swipe it out of a desk drawer, guess what? If you're distracted, they can easily fucking walk up behind you and grab that
Yeah.
pistol right out of its case. Like, just done. You just
Yeah.
provided
Yep.
them a weapon they didn't even have to find their own at home to bring in. Not to mention how many fucking teachers are well trained enough to themselves be, you know, responsible with a fucking weapon in a school. Not to
Like,
be, I have friends who are teachers. I love them dearly, and you know, there's one that comes to mind that's former military. I would fucking trust her with a gun on her side in her school if she felt the need to, and it were, you know, the thing that was happening. But that's only because she spent many years in the military, and I know she knows how to fucking handle it and respect it. But I still wouldn't trust a kid to not try to take it from you if you
Right.
were distracted. Like, say you're helping this other student over here with the lesson, and you're looking at their workbook and helping them with that shit, and somebody comes over and just grabs it right out of the holster. Done.
Mhm.
What the fuck? That is not a solution. The fucking solution lies somewhere in what the fuck is wrong with these people in the first place, that
Mhm.
they felt not just entitled to go and do this shit, but that was even a drive in them.
Mhm.
What the fuck are we doing to our kids and raising them that is leading to this type of shit?
I mean, if you look at like the statistics across, the world, I mean, don't we have like so many shootings per year and, mass killings per year, serial killers and, suicides and certain things that like, this country is and, the worst in probably the healthcare and different things like that. So it's like, I mean, compared to other places in the world, we, have it, way different, way worse in a lot of ways. And the only thing that keeps us from being able to like actually say that out loud and be understood when you say that is the fact that we have as a country the reputation of being, the best, you know, place on earth, the best country, the best, the number one nation of something, the strongest, the leader in so many,
The lies of
ways.
American exceptionalism.
Yeah,
Mhm.
the leader of the free world.
Right. This
Yeah.
year alone, there's been 27 school shootings. But I wonder how many.
This one, in Texas, I think was only like one or two people less than the Columbine shooting. Otherwise the biggest one since then. I think it was 19 kids and 2 adults, or it might have been 19 people altogether, but I just remember 2 of them were adults. The rest were all children,
Mhm.
um, like fourth graders. I don't know if this has been verified or anything, but there was some stuff I was reading up on this, and I believe it was the Associated Press reported that it was one classroom that he killed all of those kids in. I don't know how they got it isolated to that weird, because I mean this went on for almost a fucking hour. The cops sat outside fucking scared to go in the goddamn building with the neighbors out there screaming at them, fucking do something, you know. So again, I don't know if it was verified or not, but I believe all the kids that died were of the same classroom. There was other kids that were injured too from getting shot,
Mhm.
but
Yeah, I noticed it was mostly fourth graders that.
Wait, if the cops were outside and they were afraid to do something or they were afraid to intervene or stop the person, then why were they there? What were
well,
what were they doing?
I think they were scared because on his way into the building, he shot, I believe, a police officer that was the school's actual, security there, and one other. Um, so they were sitting outside shitting their pantaloons instead of going in. Like, oh fuck, you already fucking shot, you know, two police slash security. So, um, it, it's sad, it's fucking ridiculous. The dude that ended up capping the shooter was a fucking border patrol agent. I don't know how border patrol ended up involved. I mean, I know they're all over through there because that school is only about 75 miles from the border. But still, when you got to have border patrol come into the fucking elementary school to stop the shooter, what the fuck? What the fuck happened? Like, there's not even enough details out yet to really be able to piece together the whole fucking situation. But what is coming out is stuff that really makes me go, what? Repeatedly.
Well, I will say that like that idea about arming the teachers, that's really misguided. What would be reasonable maybe would be to have some sort of like security, presence, but that would make people feel unsafe. And I don't know, like I feel like a lot of times when the question is, why is something happening in this country or not happening, or why, the answer is usually because the image would not, jive with, what we're selling here. And what we're selling is, I mean, not that I've been so far outside of the country to really see it, but like I imagine that, the way, you can charge enough money to sell records or to sell, or to sell your credibility, I mean, stuff about the US is like not necessarily leading in political ways, but I think leading in a lot of cultural ways. Like a lot of other countries probably, look up to some of the, maybe the, I don't know, some of the entertainment or the fashion or some cultural phenomenon or something like that. That is, I mean, I'm definitely understating what I'm trying to say. I can't get the words together, but like the image of being, the leader of the free world would not, be there for long if we started actually guarding the schools that way or something. Not that that's the best solution, but it's just an idea that, wouldn't fly for that reason, The image.
Like we've just put our, I mean, we haven't put ourselves there, but like I feel like we as a nation have really fucked up big time.
That's why every time some shit like this pops off, I have to again beg the question of what the fuck are we doing wrong as a society? Like this isn't even just at parents, but the school system, the fucking entire system of the environment we are in. The what the fuck are we doing to kids that this is the shit they thought was a fucking thing to do ever since the fucking 90s of hey, time to go shoot up a school? What? Why would that thought cross your mind? What the fuck is going on that this is even something that crosses their radar as an option for dealing with whatever fucking problems they're having in life?
Mm-hmm.
We're failing people. They don't have the fucking like tools in their toolbox to cope with life on life's terms and go off doing this shit. Whether it's a fucking racist fucking kid going in a grocery store and shooting a dozen black people, or it's a fucking just off his rocker going and killing a bunch of kids, or whatever the fucking case may be. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fucking fuck? It's there's something inherently wrong with what we're doing when people have existential crises and think that's the way to resolve it. The fucking racist piece of shit in fucking Buffalo had a manifesto out where he was going on a rant talking about how like he wasn't raised to be racist or nothing like that he became racist in the last couple of years because of during COVID following Reddit pages where people were talking about the white birth rate dropping and all that shit. It's like, excuse me, you dumb fuck. Birth rates are dropping all the way across the board because more people are going, no, I don't want to have kids, or I don't want to have more kids.
Or I can't fucking afford to have a child.
Their fucking conclusion to draw from that is white genocide and replacement theory bullshit. This kid bought this fucking indoctrination fucking racist Nazi shit, hook, line, and fucking sinker, and decided to go act upon it. How do you think that's a solution to a problem about birth rates that isn't even your problem, motherfucker? If you want to have kids, go find somebody that wants to have kids with you. You don't get to go kill a bunch of innocent people in the grocery store because you feel like the white race is being endangered because birth rates are lowered and you have a smidge less of a fucking majority in the population. Really, you insecure fuck? What what the fuck is happening? That these are the avenues that boys in their older teens and younger 20s are fucking turning to extremist acts of violence that are fucked up and uncalled for.
I think that a lot of that, you know, looks to me like the person has already decided to end their own life, but they feel like they want to take somebody with them, and whatever rhetoric is surrounding that may or may not be at the heart of the issue. But like I remember there, let's see, last name Roger, the Elliot Roger, the guy, he was like the the incel mass murderer or whatever. And he, actually did YouTube videos just saying, am I not like, um a handsome guy or whatever? Why don't the women want me, or type of thing? And that community having a lot of kind of producing a lot of guys like that, where you
Incels.
know yeah, like what I mean, I kind of think back to like just the normal sort of, not normal, but like the usual regular expected kind of feeling awkward as a teen or as a kid, or like we were talking about before, connection, wanting friends, not having friends, being rejected, being bullied. All that type of stuff has sort of been at like I mean fever pitch, just severely, like it's been a thing for like a while. And I mean, I just can hardly see a person who is like accepted, and whether it's getting mental health care. And let's just say, like, before a person even needs mental health care, there's some gap in society that they're falling through that made them have to work through something or whatever. So it's like, I mean, the answer is still that the connections aren't there. The society is fucked. The community of, not community, but society, and the way people interact is just so fucked, and it just keeps like producing people who don't know how to connect or something. Like, I don't want to say it, I don't want to simplify it, but at the same time, to me, I mean, that seems to be a factor. Now, somebody would probably feel way bolder coming out and saying, "Hey, I'm a neo-Nazi, and I'm gonna kill these, people of color or whatever," than to say, "Oh, I can't connect, so I need to kill people."
Well,
Um,
that lack of ability to connect thing, it's definitely a valid facet of it, but the problem is that, well, since Twitch doesn't like the I word, I will just blurt it all out: the involuntary celibate nation.
oh shit,
Maybe the full legit terms there won't trigger them about that.
oh
Um,
shit, that.
they literally are weaponizing that and saying, well, we're being abused by people denying us sex. Therein lies a problem because they feel entitled to the use of other people's bodies.
Right.
And they want to legally fucking change things where, like, sex is a human right entitlement. If somebody owes me the use of their pussy because nobody will fuck me willingly. And it's like, nobody's going to fuck you willingly because you look at them like a piece of meat and talk to them like shit.
Right. And it's
So,
like they don't just want the sex though. They want the emotional component too, but because they are emotionally stunted,
Yeah.
they cannot give what they wish to receive. Therefore, a prostitute is not going to satiate the need
no.
that they feel that they have.
Mhm.
And they
No.
treat those relationships as such a transaction, and that is how capitalism has fucked this entire nation. Everything is a goddamn transaction. You can't ever just do something to do it. Just to be nice, just to be a person and see and recognize someone else's need.
The thing is, though, I don't know also what is fucking feeding this insanity, but they think they're at a Build-A-Bitch store. I've gone to some of these forums to just like look around and investigate because these guys are a legit threat. There's already been multiple mass shootings that were from the involuntary celibates, crew of them getting pissed off at society and being like, "Oh, you guys are having sex, and then none of it's involving me, so I'm going to kill you guys for having the capacity to get laid." Fucking crazy shit. But they go on these rants with like these lists of, I want a girl who does all these fucking things, and basically it's all abuse of, starting with the fucking, you'd better fit this physical paradigm of what I specifically want. Plus, you better not have any friends, especially not any male friends. You must be a virgin, but be a slut for me. You can't fucking have anybody in your life that I don't fucking approve. And you can only hang out with your friends if I'm there too. And yes, Natalie, crazy shit. Fucking absolute batshit expectations. They want property. And part of this list is usually, you must cuddle me for this many fucking minutes or hours a fucking day. You must have sex with me this frequently. You must. And never a fucking expectation of themselves about what they should fucking be in a partner. There's no cognizance of that. It's just, no, I have this fucking list. I demand that it be met. Somebody owes me this. And society's fucked because this person doesn't fucking exist anywhere except in my imagination.
Right. And I feel like those kind of mentalities, where the world is heading, I can't think of a good word. The stuntedness that we are now experiencing because of COVID and not being able to socialize in a typical or what we've become accustomed to sort of manner, I think it's going to make this whole like school shootings and stuff and mass shootings in public way worse than it is now. Yeah. I think this is going to get hella worse before it gets better, and that fucking scares the shit out of me.
Yeah.
Like, am I going to have to leave the house in a bulletproof vest? I mean, don't get me wrong. I love a puffer vest. I live in Minnesota. But that was not the kind of puffer vest I had in mind.
Well, make sure you're armed too. Because, like, dude, a lot of these guys also go on rants that are fantasies about kidnapping, raping, and killing women. That if nobody will give it to them willingly, they're going to take it because that's their fucking right. And most of them also bring racism to the table, too, of, they think that being white males further entitles them even more. So they even talk shit to other I-words in their forums.
Oh, yeah. They knock each other down. How ugly am I?
Out like, well, nobody's going to fuck you because you're this or that ethnicity. That's what your problem is. They just won't fuck me because I'm short. And they won't fuck this person because, whatever. They blame it on all these physical attributes that have fuck all to do with anything when it's really their perspective.
It's like, look around the world. People date all sorts of people. I mean, I'm 5'10", in the pre-Zach world, I've dated a few guys that are shorter than me. Granted, they fucked it up pretty quick. But I still gave them a chance. Like, it went in okay. It just got weird fast. And I was like, peace out. Oh, God, I can't do this. Right.
Yeah.
But, I mean, and, like, again, we're, like, lacking in the sex education department, too. The last few schools I have worked at, we have not had any sex ed whatsoever. I have offered to teach it myself, and I think they were scared because they're like, consent. If it is not enthusiastic yes, it is not a yes. It is a no. If you have to ask the same question more than once within a certain minute time frame, the answer is no. So drop it. That's right, Bread Theory. If Danny DeVito can get laid, so can anyone else.
Wow. Yeah, the factors. Oh my gosh.
If Willem Dafoe can get fucked.
Who was that porn star back in the 70s?
Ron Jeremy.
Thank you. If Ron Jeremy can be a porn star, guess what?
Right.
You know?
But that's just it. It's like managing expectations. I mean, shit, when I was dating, I was like, all right, I know I'm a big girl. I'm not the kind of girl that's going to want to run around the block, so I'm not going to look for the kind of man that's going to run around the block. I mean, he can approach me, but I just want to be very clear. I ain't running unless I'm being chased, and you better have my inhaler.
Oh boy.
Right, you can work out all you want, but I won't be joining you for that. If you want to do some yoga,
Yeah, you want to do yoga or you want to go swimming? Okay. You want to ride bikes? That's fun.
right? Running?
Think-
No, out of the question. Hiking? Yeah. Running too, unless I'm being chased. Same. I fucking agree with you.
But I mean, that's just it, right? Like you're, I don't know. Just like manage your expectations or like be realistic about shit when you're
Right.
dating and like don't expect what you're not gonna give.
Yeah.
That.
Yeah. I think a big part of the problem is that if they're looking for answers or trying to get an understanding of how to, how to, have a relationship, how to even, get that far. I mean, all of their answers are coming from other dudes that are going through the same problem. So they're kind of like,
They're biased.
yeah. So they're already like, yeah. And when you think that I mean, you think that you're getting some answers from all these people who, I mean, you don't feel alone anymore. But now, I mean, you think you know what you're talking about when you're actually clueless and don't know it. It's like, that's like the scariest part of all that, like imagine the option of really being able to talk to a counselor or actually have that mental health care where, hey, I wanted to bring this up with my therapist that like, oh, I don't, I haven't had a girlfriend before or something. And, you could actually like talk to that, at least that would be an opening there, but it's not like,
Hmm.
no sex ed, no nothing.
Right. It's like have the conversations about like just because you've taken somebody out to dinner and you said that you would pay for it does not mean that she owes you sex or a blowjob. Unless you talked about it ahead of time. But even then, she has a right to change her mind and so do you. Because y'all can get out to the restaurant and decide you don't want to pay for dinner no more. Like, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Like, keeping that communication going. Like, shit, I don't even. Oh my god. It's so important and it just doesn't happen.
Mm-hmm. They didn't even like they're always seeming to focus on the wrong things. Like, okay, like a couple of the people from that insolibate fucking I don't know how to say it, but like
those
that
boys, the bad
community,
choice boys.
those what do you say?
Bad choice boys.
Okay, yeah.
I don't know.
So like they keep sort of focusing on or some of the manosphere like on YouTube or whatever focuses on like a woman wants this, a woman wants that, a woman wants that, and then you're listening to them like I don't know any woman who wants these things. Like, who are you talking about? And they're just sort of feeding in on each other. Like, so my point is that they're not even like they're not even right about anything. Like the idea that a woman is not going to sleep with me because I'm short or I look a certain way. Like you said, it's the fact that you're all of your information you're getting from other guys instead of like actually. I think it all comes down to like the fear of rejection and is so enormous that like they'd rather just feel comfortable just talking with other guys and theorizing than to actually like figure it out. Like they probably feel more empowered in their weakness of ignorance or whatever instead of like actually being like getting to the
Doing the
bottom
hard
of it.
work.
Like having a female friend would be a start, like actually seeing what other women think. And because they already think that we owe them sex or then they've crossed that line, we're no longer worth talking to see what we think. So like it's just sad how it's like they're trapping themselves into the ignorance more and more as they search for answers. They're getting more and more deeply into the ignorance of it.
For one, they don't want girls as friends or women as friends. They think that befriending someone is direct path to in their panties. They you know, this isn't just me fucking making a generalization or something. Like, I have read through pages and pages and pages to the point of like feeling like vomiting because of trying to figure out what the fuck is wrong with their mentality of why they're going around attacking. And every fucking time there's a mention of a woman or a girl being a friend, it's, oh, well, she's just friend zoned you and she doesn't appreciate you, or she would be sitting on your dick, not Chad's type shit. So, like, that's not even within the realm. And especially when most of their talking points are sexist trope that is inherent to patriarchal bullshit that they adhere to. They really think that because shit used to work that way where you could fucking literally pick a bitch and buy her from her dad, that you should be able to fucking do so now. You know, they have really fucking archaic views, and they do not see women as people with their own fucking desires or expectations or any other fucking thing. It's, well, no, you just exist for me to bust a nut in. You're supposed to clean up my house and fucking carry my sperm and, you know, please
Do you think that part of the problem is the way that like, I feel like, you know, little girls were socialized to automatically be, you know, obviously we were talking about like the male gaze, and we're talking about how we, you know, we love our short haircuts, but we actually have to even go through the, you know, nexus of trying to get to where like we're doing something because we like it, because we're indoctrinated to look a certain way or try to, you know, act a certain way, or, you know, even little things like I feel like little girls are already getting indoctrinated in how to be more empathetic and sympathetic. You know, we're encouraged to, you know, like have friends.
Right.
If we cry, it's okay. Then we also have a lot of like, we're building more I don't know quite how to say this, but it's sort of like, instead of just, you know, instead of just relaxing and just being, you're, you know, you have to think about like how you're sitting, how, you know, like let's say for example, if you, you know, if you've got your period, you're, you know, you've got to figure out how to like, well, I'm showing my age now, but you generally would think of how not to advertise the fact that you have tampons, like, you know, or if you're having to go
Yeah,
to the
like
bathroom,
it was
or
something to hide or
yeah,
be
and then
ashamed of.
yeah, and then on top of that, you know, your hair, nails, you know, cosmetic type of stuff that's expected of you, especially in, like in the workplace or something. Then you're expected to wear, you know, bra. You're expected to wear like pretty uncomfortable shoes. You know, it's like everything about being a woman is about, you know, doing stuff for the benefit of either people who relate to you or people who depend on you, or just even the people who are just looking at you.
Right.
While
So you're
being a
constantly
boy, and I can't obviously speak for what it's like to be a boy, but like you know, they're just not really like put at least that kind of constraints on them. So, you know,
it's
um,
fucked gender paradigms that have no fucking place in society. Of like, oh, you have this shape of genitals, so you're supposed to be the nurturer and all this other shit, and you're supposed to fucking cater everything about your existence to what somebody else might want from you. But if you have that shape of genitals, then you're free to be whoever the fuck you want.
mhm.
And I mean, thankfully, there are a lot of parents now who are breaking the fucking cycle and, you know, teaching their kids, like, yeah, no, those are fucked paradigms. You don't have any fucking specific shit that you need to be or fulfill just because of your gender. This is dumb. You
Mhm.
know, but there are still fundamentalists out there who are like, no, you need to be a lady if you have a vagina, and this is what being a lady means. And it's always that stupid shit of like,
Yeah.
dress this way, do your hair this way, do your makeup this way, wear these uncomfortable shoes, wear this uncomfortable fucking titty shelf. You got to make everything look how, other people are going to want to perceive you. And if you don't do that, then it's your own fault for people looking at you like you're, I don't know,
Yeah.
fat or fucked up or something, because I guess you should have wore a bra today. People can
Yeah.
see your nipples.
Yeah.
Right. It's like you gotta shave, you gotta bleach things. Like,
No, I
you're only
don't.
supposed to have hair in certain places. It's like,
Good for you.
bite
Like,
me.
I
I
ain't
mean,
shaved in like a month. I don't care.
like, I hate shaving my legs.
I love it.
I'm tall, it's a long way down. But, like, underarms I shave because it helps my deodorant situation. So, like, for me, it has a purpose.
Yeah.
But, like, I mean, now I'm thinking back to the tampon thing because I have a busy brain. But, like, I remember, like, my mom would always send me to go buy tampons because I was young and naive and would just, like, slam the big thing on the counter and be like, here you go. The guy would look at me like, these aren't for you, are they? They're for your mom. It's like, yeah, they're for my mom. And I just leave. And now, like, recalling leaving the store with this giant thing of feminine hygiene products and chocolate, realizing how that looked to that other adult, but then I was like, this is something that's natural. It happens all the time. Why should I feel bad about having to, like, get a pad or a tampon? But then I also kind of understand, like, sometimes they're young girls where this is first starting to happen and they feel embarrassed and they don't want to call attention to it. So, like, with one of the classes I had, we had a little, if they went and stood by their locker and gave me a hand gesture, I'd be like, okay, go. Because we had a mutual understanding, like, okay, if I do this in this area, this means I need to go take care of, like, all right.
Yeah. Yeah. I used to wear like I used to put the tampons in my sock because I didn't. I mean, I was in high school and I didn't have I mean, I had a book bag, but if I was going to the bathroom, I wouldn't be able to just take it. So I'd have like one. I'd probably have like two in my sock, and then like a couple in my bag or whatever. But depending on like if you bleed heavily, and let's say your teacher doesn't want you to go out or doesn't give you permission to go to the bathroom or whatever, like are you supposed to explain to everyone? Yeah, I mean, just all these little constraints that are put on you, and in addition to that, like everything is a form of makeup. Like everything is a form of like to meet the beauty standards, to meet the the standards of being modest and not letting anybody know you have your period type of stuff, like all that, versus like guys not going through that kind of constraint and not ever really having to I don't want to say they don't have any problems or anything like that, but there's sort of like a certain freedom that they're given. And then when you get to the point where you're going to have a relationship, and I can only speak for, like, I'm just saying as far as like heterosexual, I could just as an idea, but like when you get to the point where you're having a relationship, I mean, the woman has been indoctrinated to think deeply about like how to figure out how to hide tampons and all this type of shit that you have to do to like put on a whole show or just be like I mean, you have to. I remember growing up, like if you were gonna, I mean, I'd be making the food. Like guys wouldn't be making the food. I'd be bringing the plate. I'd be doing so much stuff. So I mean, you're just doing all of that, and then in a relationship or in like an interaction, the reason why guys probably don't know how to talk to women was the first time they probably considered very deeply of even having to think that far about like emotional stuff in that way may have been that time. It's like it's just a different expectation. They're not allowed to cry. They're not raised being able to cry. Boys don't cry and stuff like that. Or then there's a lot of ways in which, because they're a guy, they might have been put through certain things. Like it's just a lot of stuff in the society, in the way that we're conditioned and raised. And the parents before us and before us all the way back, is just like it just is conducive to constraints and roles and set behaviors. And expectations and all of this sort of about controlling our actions and behaviors going forward. So, I mean, I think those guys in those communities of, not getting laid are like, I mean, everything they're doing, whether it's, shooting or the way they're acting or how they are on YouTube or whatever, is to hide the deep insecurity about, like, I don't know how to talk to women. I don't know how to talk to women or something like that. Like,
Right.
when a girl could, a woman could like make friends or talk, or we're reared to be emotionally flexible enough to, be perceptive and to, be listeners and helping, and, we're just brought up that way, and they're brought up
Right.
to boys will be boys.
Right. No empathy, which is such a game changer. Because gosh, like boys that have empathy, like, ah, makes my heart melt. It's just nice. We have a little neighbor in our building. I don't want to give away too much, but the little young man really loves to play with dolls, and it makes the dad nervous. And it's like, he's learning empathy. He's learning to care for things. And so what if he likes the dolls? Like, who cares? Let him play with it.
Right. Like, baby dolls are for everybody, you know? I
Right.
mean, it doesn't matter what your gender is. If you grow up and want to be a parent, you're going to be a parent. You know, that there's nothing wrong with little kids playing with baby dolls and learning those things as far as, like, okay, I'm going to pretend this is my kid. I'm going to feed it. I'm
Yeah.
going to change the diaper, things like that.
Mm.
You know, I
Because
mean,
that's what they say you do. So they want to do it too. That's where they're learning all
right,
this from.
Mhm.
right.
No, but the boys are given like toy guns, play cops and robbers or something, and you
G.I.
know,
Joe.
um, yeah, yeah, all that type of stuff. Like, taught about like violence, like, or not taught about violence, but like, violence as a tool for fun, violence or as a vehicle for, you
It's
know,
entertainment.
entertainment. Yeah. So it's like,
I'm
yeah.
I'm glad that my parents didn't play that shit, at least as far as our toys went and shit. Like, yes, I had Barbies and my brother had G.I. Joe, but guess what? They were all piling in the Jeep and rolling around together. And when it came to shit like toy guns, my dad is a wood craftsman. He loves to make cool shit. He would make us our own little wooden carved toy guns to play with when we were little kids, and I got them too, not just my brother, you know. It's one of those things that they didn't, discriminate on that level with, of like, yeah, no, toys are toys. Go have fun, enjoy playing with the toys. Get the fuck out of the house at least. The sun's still out. You know?
Right.
Like,
My
that's
gosh.
all they gave a shit about. And when it came to sports, like, my dad wasn't just playing sports with my brother and my boy cousins. He was playing sports with all of us. He taught us all how to play basketball, how to play soccer, how to play
That's
football.
good.
You know?
Mm-hmm.
And,
Shot put and figure skating.
and
Oh my gosh. I I missed out. Like, I was a complete embarrassment to my mom because I was such a tomboy. Like, I hung out with like, she wanted me to like be in skirts and be soft and feminine, and I was sort of like, I like to draw, I like to like build things out of cardboard, and I like to like play with I have boy cousins. I would like play and like catch snakes and stuff, and I'd come in and she'd be like, "You smell like puppies." Make me get in the tub, and
damn.
and but yeah, like, she would have been more happy if I had been, more of a girly girl when I was a kid.
Yeah.
So
My
yeah.
mom did like dressing me up, whether it be for like family dinners or for church or whatnot. She would, put my hair in those little pink foam rollers so that my curls would be perfect and not, go frizzy
Oh.
because humidity in Michigan, and that would help. So she would always like set my hair in those little pink rollers, before like a family dinner or, when I was really little every weekend for church. shit like that, and put me in cute little dresses. But she understood that when it's playtime, it's playtime. Fuck that. I want my jeans and my shorts and the t-shirts, and I'm not gonna be running around playing Miss Chris in the yard. No, I'm gonna be out there playing football, so the dress can stay in the closet. But she even understood my frustration with like the 2 years that we went to private schools. They were, fundamentalist Christian schools that were very abusive and very sexist, and we were required to wear dresses to school, and they had to be a specific length, blah blah blah, all that bullshit. And like even one of them, the first one was a Baptist church running that school, and they required their rules for your attire to apply at home too. Like, you better not run into somebody else from the church at the store and be wearing jeans, because jeans just weren't allowed. And stupid fucking shit like that. Of like, nope, you have a vagina, therefore pants are not your thing. Nope. My parents weren't playing that shit at home, of like, no, put some fucking pants on or shorts. They even found that ridiculous that, that church was trying to impose their fucking dress code bullshit at home. As well as even their stupid rules about whether or not you can go. They had a rule that nobody could go to the movie theater. You
Like
couldn't
ever?
watch the movie at home unless it was like a Christian themed and produced movie.
Ooh.
Like
Gross.
ridiculous shit. The only TV you were allowed to watch was like TCT, Total Christian Television. Weird fucking shit. And it's like, wow, you control freaks, So I'm glad at least when it came to that type of stuff, my parents were like, fuck no, you don't have to dress like you're at school when you're at home. Go put your clothes on. It's just it's scary that there's still psycho fundamentalists like that want to control every fucking facet of your existence and be like, because God said so, and it's like, no, that's you saying so. It's not God, motherfucker.
Oh my gosh. They're so awful. Wearing like the tight, going to church every Sunday and wearing the tights and, tights and stockings and, dressing up and all that type of stuff. It's just like, why would God care? But oh God, it made the indoctrination so much worse. Like,
It's a mind fuck, and it's like, what fucking mental gymnastics did you do to come to them conclusions? Like,
God hates you if you wear pants. Like, God hates women who wear pants.
I'm so sorry for laughing this hard. I grew up with no religion at all, so this is all just like,
you lucky fucker.
I know. I'm really grateful for that because it's made me a lot more, I don't know, receptive, but able to filter the bullshit.
Yeah. I can see
I
that.
gotta agree with John here. The Old Testament needs a content warning placed on it. It really does. It really does.
Gosh.
With multiple trigger warnings at the top of almost every fucking page, especially in like Leviticus and Deuteronomy. Like, warning, you're about to talk about shit. Like,
Dude.
here, you can sell your daughter to her rapist for 50 shekels of silver. What? You're not just you can, you're fucking required to. Because God said so.
I want to make that into a meme.
Animated, right? Where it's like a little gif. Like it's...
I think it should be a fucking actually, but we don't.
Make
Jesus
the text
probably
come
doesn't
up.
like rainbows, right? Because it's
No, they want to reclaim it. So, like, just make the text pop up in a rainbow, filling out as my hands go like this. God said so.
It shall be done. We have to do that now. We have to make that gif mean something, anything. Oh my God.
We're gonna have to find someone with longer hair to be Jesus, though. We need to find if we're gonna close this, we need to find a white guy with really long hair to be our Jesus, since that's what we think Jesus is, even though everything else points to a completely different situation.
Right.
The whole
It's white capitalist American Jesus. Okay.
Right. American Jesus.
Yes.
Christianity is such a useful tool for Americans because, like, the amount of ways in which you can, like, indoctrinate people with other things in addition to, like, believing, like, in addition to this, God also wants you to do this. Like, God also said this. God told me this. God told me, it's like, I mean, it's just like the beliefology, like just the whole thing. I'm okay, so I'm an atheist, but I'm also like I'm not thinking that hard about it. I'm not like seeking God, or I'm not doing something where I'm like trying to prove or disprove God or something like that. Like I've kind of come to terms with like, okay, I don't know, so I mean, that's an oversimplification. But I had to deconvert because I was like, I mean, a lot of the stuff that I was allowing to happen in my life was because I was slightly indoctrinated by the church that I used to go to, that was okay. Like, the way that you're supposed to be as a woman, just different, constraints on your life. Like, it's just, it's just so much, and I don't know. It's a lot.
Too much.
I don't mean to be a buzzkill, but I just realized it's almost midnight where I am.
Yeah, we're going on 4 hours.
Oh,
I'm
Um,
hungry and thirsty, and I gotta piss. And
Right?
before we go, though, I do have to tell James, I'm sorry, you can only buy my third-born daughter for 1 chicken and 2 donkeys if you buy her older shrew sister, who's still yet unmarried, for 7 years of hard labor first. Then you can marry both my daughters.
oh my god.
It's like the older one's not much of a looker, but she's a good cook. So
Right.
Oh my god.
In the shrew.
that's why they're a package deal.
Yep.
Oh my god. That's just gross. Like,
I know.
do I
There was
not
so
have
many-
enough going on that I can't sell myself? Like, shit, they're like Japanese horror movie t-shirts and short hair. I mean, who wouldn't want to? You want to talk about serial killers? I can't watch The Ring without having nightmares, but I can
Right.
Oh my gosh.
read about all this other Midwestern serial killer shit. No problem.
Like God is like the biggest serial killer. Like, dude, like just just bombing and killing and unleashing war on people for no reason. Kill the donkeys, kill the pigs. Like, God. Ugh.
Convinced one guy to like try and kill his kid, and then at the end he's like, just kidding.
Gosh. The mind.
Remember that one guy, Lincoln or whatever, the Bible.
He's sibling.
I don't know what the fuck his name is.
Abraham.
Yeah,
And Isaac, his boy, his son.
yeah, that guy.
Yeah.
Father Abraham had many sons. The fact that my brain is like, hey, I have a soundtrack for that too.
Oh my
Right.
god. I'm sorry that happened to you.
It's my brain. It's just how it works. Sometimes it's songs from the indoctrination, and it's like, stop it.
Mine is like commercial jingles or like a single line out of a song, and I will sing it over and over again, and Zach is like, stop. And I was like, but that's the only part I remember, and it's very powerful to me, so I'm just gonna keep going.
Oh, good.
But so next week, do we need to touch on murder and how we got there?
Well, we have multiple options. We
Okay.
can do a murder case
Let's
if
take a
we
vote.
find something good there, or we can do another segment with Timothy Leary's video that we were, I think, like a third of the way through on our last segment that we did on the.
Ooh. Timothy,
So-
you said Timothy Leary?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Timothy Leary. He was a psychedelic explorer that he was also, into psychology and philosophy and, I mean, existential, anything and everything you can think of.
Oh, wow.
You can find a Timothy Leary's speech on, and there was a video
pretty
that
cool.
we were using on YouTube to listen to a speech that he gave at Yale, I think. Might have been Harvard. I don't know. It was one of the fucking elite schools and shit. But he was a professor for a long time too. He worked directly with Ram Dass. They got fired together for doing LSD experiments with their students.
Okay.
Recently. I mean, at least they were consenting, unlike the people the CIA drugged. But so I mean, we could go either route.
We should pick a third one. I'm trying to type up an A, B, and C. So we can do a murder case. We can continue with Tim. What should our third choice be?
Real life self-help in the fall of Rome, 2022 or perspective.
Ooh.
Zach's right, James. Lamb of God is as close as you're going to get Rob on that guitar. No deepest songs. I'm willing to put money on it. So I'm reading through the comments here. Zach also had an excellent one a few minutes ago about the content warning that belongs on the Old Testament.
He's so funny.
Uh,
Such a lucky lady.
But that, I mean, that Timothy Leary sounds really good to me. I'm probably gonna go back and check out your previous videos, because I've been wanting to learn more about, I mean, the chemistry side of things, and I'm just sort of, because I feel like we're gonna need to know some real handy shit about like how to help our bodies, if you don't have access.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Well,
Right.
I believe it would have been episode 2 of Head Theory that we started the Timothy Leary
Yeah.
stuff. So,
Yeah, because chapter 3 was abortion meltdown.
yeah, yeah.
That was a
Yeah.
really upsetting episode. Apparently my mother-in-law was watching that and she was like, "Oh my god, you swore so much." I was like, I was really mad.
Right, that happens. This is called, valid anger, and it's gonna fucking come out and fuck shit, piss, damn, and hell, motherfucker, what the fuck?
Right?
And
You don't tell me what to do with my uterus.
goddamn right.
I'm actually still like kind of in shock about the Roe v. Wade thing. I'm just sort of like, how could that even? I just remember always referring to that as something like, okay, it's a done deal, it's there, and now,
Right.
like, I don't even understand what this means. Like, it's weird. So
More bullshit.
To answer Natalie's question, because she asked, how are we going to fit this into Theory and Revolution? We don't need to, because as you can see from the top of the screen, that this is Head Theory, where we talk about psychology, psychedelics, existential issues and stuff. So, this is actually a detour away from our usual Theory and Revolution stuff that we talk about with the Bread Theory segments or the For We Are Many shows, So, yeah, this went a whole different trajectory from the start. So,
okay.
We gotta see how we can string all 3 together.
right? I think,
Sounds
like,
cool.
it's one of those things where we realized, we can't just address the science of sociology and political science. We have to address the science of how we exist and how we are connected to everything and everyone around us too, and bring that to the table as well if we really want to actually see a revolution happening. Because the only way that's going to happen is with some fucking enlightenment and some understanding, some fucking empathy. We can't get to socialism and communism without empathy.
Definitely.
Oh,
We need
what?
first people first.
Natalie, I can connect the dots on 2 of those things for you. Timothy Leary and murderers, because Tim Leary went to visit Charles Manson at Folsom Prison. Now I'm just gonna loop the 3rd part in. Help me out, guys.
Oh, okay. Yeah, maybe getting, stoned might, calm some people down from the murdering.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'd say it definitely keeps me chill enough to not spill blood.
yep.
Uh, oh damn, that sucks, Natalie. It's cutting the apparently it's
Oh.
cutting the title off on her phone. Yeah.
Aw.
Damn. Well, um, maybe as we segue on our way out, we can shut off our cameras so she can see the artwork there, and hopefully it'll all show up.
Oh, okay.
And
Cool.
see, yeah, because
Wait, let's see.
we've got a whole logo and everything specifically for head theory.
Can disable my camera. Let's see.
No,
No,
just
Oh,
now I'm just a triangle.
uh, it's not there. There, you just actually shut off the camera itself. You would have to click the toggle switch on that left column there. There you go. And
oh, I can
then
do it too. Hold on.
ours too. Well, we can't click it because we're not
Oh, I
logged
can.
in as
Okay.
host.
I don't know what's
That
going
was
on.
cute.
Hell yeah.
All right.
All right.
Same bat
On that
time, same
note-
bat channel.
Cool.
Good night.
Hell yeah.
Good night, y'all.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.